for the couple-minute delay, just trying to verify some replacements. I do have to read my script as usual for 91A. As chair of the House Transportation Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor, as well as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing with the potential for executive session to occur throughout. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that one, all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting via Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available on the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. 2, the notice for this meeting, notice complies with House rules and RSA 91A. 3, anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@ledge.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access this meeting, the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. I want to introduce the staff that are on the meeting assisting us. Mr. Greenland, welcome again. Our committee researcher, and please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call of attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Thank you. And as soon as the clerk is ready, we'll do our roll call.
That's okay.
Good morning. Everybody hear me?
Okay.
Yes.
That's okay.
Clerk is here. Representative Smith. Representative Hill.
Yes, good morning. I am here in my home alone.
Thank you. Representative Aaron.
Here in the committee room. Good morning.
Representative Ankenberg.
Present in my home alone.
Thank you. Representative Borski.
I am here in my house all alone.
Representative O'Hara.
I'm here. I'm in my office. My coworkers might walk by.
Thank you. Representative Tursky.
Was that Tulerski?
Yeah, I got you out of order. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm used to being later in the list. I apologize. Here,
Thank you.
my husband and 2 sons are also at home today.
Thanks. Representative Terosian. Representative Sykes.
Representative Sykes, I'm here and I'm downstairs in the kitchen. My wife is upstairs.
Thank you. Representative Cleaver.
I'm present. I'm home alone.
Representative Pickering.
I'm here. I'm in my own room, and my wife is also present in another room in the house.
Thank you. Representative Grassi.
I am here. I'm in my office at my home. My wife is in the house as well.
Thank you. Representative Rich.
I'm here. My husband and my son are here also.
Thank you. Representative Fox.
I am here. My husband is in the house. He is not in the room.
Thank you. Representative Stevens.
Present. No one in the room with me.
Thank you. And Representative Ayub.
I am here alone in my office, but my wife and son are in the house.
Thank you. Oh, and Chairman Walsh.
Present in the room in 301, 303. Okay, thank you very much. With that, we'll open the public hearing on House Bill 515, an act relative to confidentiality for reporting possible medically unfit drivers. The chair recognizes the prime sponsor of the bill, Representative Gay. I did see you're on the attendee list. Whenever you're ready, Representative O'Hara.
It would be good if he's on mute now.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Good morning, Representative.
Good morning. And just as you introduced me, my Zoom dropped and had to reestablish.
Yeah, that's all good. It's probably because we promoted you to a panelist so that you can be seen on the screen if you choose.
Oh, okay. I did try to dress decently. We'll see. Okay, there we are.
There you are.
Thank you. That was very nice of you. Thank you very much for making me feel welcome. The butterflies are starting to fight in my stomach. I don't care. 4 years I've been here and I still get nervous. Okay, the reason for my bill is that I had the bad experience of discovering that a friend who was driving all the time, husband wanted her to drive. I was at the track with her. We were volunteering for the Lions. And I realized she was speaking about her 50-year-old children as if they were in elementary school. So I tried to get her to keep talking because I couldn't believe it was that bad. Well, it was. And I wanted to, so I called to report that I was very concerned. So I called the DMV, and the nice guy who talked to me, this was a few years ago, said, "This is very good of you, responsible to call and ask us to retest her, but you realize that if she asks us who made the request, we must by law tell her." And because her husband was a mentally unbalanced person who had also already threatened people so seriously that they took his gun collection away, which he then rebought, that one of the other representatives from Salem had actually had to go down and file a complaint because after the guy threatened his wife. So I chickened out. I was afraid to report her because I was afraid of him. And it's always weighed heavily on my mind that I didn't do my civic duty, because when you all know that you make many split-second decisions when you're driving, and a person who's impaired really can't do that. So I brought this bill, and I realized that by keeping ourselves confidential, some people immediately say, yes, but somebody could do that to be malicious. Well, that's true, but you could file any kind of complaint to be malicious. But just in case that would make it more palatable, I asked for the amendment, which would say that you wouldn't be confidential, but the person you asked to be retested would have to request in writing. So I figured if somebody really was failing in ability, they might be kind of slow at writing that letter. Because it really says in writing. And the current rules are nobody loses their license on one intervention. You have to fail a driving test 3 times to lose your license. So we're not talking about any kind of immediate action. When you observe a friend, a neighbor, someone you know that you feel is really dangerous on the road, there's nothing you can do to make them lose their license. All you can do is request that they be tested. And it's up to them after that, up to the DMV. Because I've been told by people, that it sounded like dropping a sledgehammer on somebody that you just suspect is a dangerous driver, but you can't. Our current laws, this doesn't do anything to change our current laws that you cannot lose your license unless you fail the written test and the driving test 3 times. And this bill also spells out that the DMV has the right to review that person before they ever go send them a letter to schedule a test. They can make some calls and find out if anybody else is aware, or if somebody says, no, that sounds really nuts. This person is as capable as you and I. So it's written as flexibly as possible. So I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from the committee? Representative Tularski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Gay. Good morning.
Good morning.
I was comparing this bill to the one we heard last term. And the one thing that stuck out to me was the new wording at the beginning of section 2 to protect family, friend, and professional relationships. And it's just a little bit of a tweak. Do you know why that was changed in that way?
Well, I was trying to give a reason, because if you didn't care about this person or you didn't have a close relationship, what's the problem if they know that you're the one who requested it? But it's not just in a case like mine where he could have been quite retaliative. The other situation that's much more common is when it's the head of the household and his wife says, you really shouldn't be driving. Of course, I'm going to be kicking and screaming when they take my license away. So it shouldn't be just a guy not being driving safely anymore. But in a case of a marriage, that's our parents and kids saying, Dad, you shouldn't, or Mom, you shouldn't be driving anymore. It really does serious damage to that relationship. Currently, doctors, we don't see yes, we do. Paragraph Roman numeral 1, that's old. And 2 doctors testified last time that they did this with patients. And guess what? The patients just left them because they can't be sued, but their identity is also not protected. At the senior center, I heard that one woman came in and in front of everybody, she yelled at the director and said, "Did you turn me in?" That's how she looked at it. He's turned her in. That was very obviously that she was a dangerous driver. Anybody watching her park. And he said, yes, I did. But he didn't have to worry about the damage of their relationship.
Any further,
Thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? Representative O'Hara?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had one quick question. Is this bill more focused on just the mental ability of the driver? Because I did hear you say if they're dangerous. I didn't know if you were going to if it was going to start going down like reckless conduct driving, or is it strictly more just to mental ability of driving?
Well, we were modifying an old law, which is medically unfit. And I couldn't hear every word you said. Were you talking about maybe drug induced,
No.
DUI type things?
Like speeding and stuff like that, excessive speeding and stuff like that.
No, this really is for medically unfit, which, covers a lot of different causes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Any further question? Representative Aaron?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Gay, for coming and presenting this bill. Can you hear me okay? Okay.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering, what's to prevent somebody from maliciously reporting somebody, just saying that they were driving erratically or whatever, and then putting this person through, some sort of reports or testing or whatever. What can we do to protect people from being accused of something that they didn't do?
Well, there are built-in safeguards. Luckily, they're already in law, or at least in practice, in rules, that the identity of the person who is being asked to be retested, I don't know how to say that neatly, but if you request somebody to be tested or at least looked at, because they might not end up being tested. If the person checks out, if the DMV checks this person out before they ever talk to the person or send them a letter and determines that there's no problem, there is no public access to the fact that this person has been looked at. That's current practice. both, not only your identity, my original bill is that your identity, if you're requesting this person to be looked at, your identity is protected. Their identity is protected too, throughout the entire process, from beginning to end. That is not public record. And so because of the concern that somebody would be malicious, in paragraph 3, some people criticized that because the reporting person's identity shall not remain confidential in any instance where the division deems the complaint malicious. And somebody said, well, that's not clear enough. I'm thinking anybody on this committee knows if they've been had. And so I think that's reality. We know if somebody's claiming something, you can listen to them because you could talk to them too. But that's why I offered the amendment that said they're confident, the person who makes the request, their identity would not be held confidential, but the person they asked to be tested would have to write a letter. They couldn't just call on the phone and say, who made you do this? They'd have to write a letter. And I figure if they're really incompetent, that would be a challenge.
Follow-up, please.
Follow up?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. And so is there any penalty for reporting something like this in a malicious manner?
Well, they get known, and they've lost respect, because as chances are the DMV would ask the police, do you have a problem with this driver? Because they could say, oh yeah, they've had like 3 fender benders in the past 2 months. So they're putting they have to make this in writing. They have to sign this statement. So they're damaging their own reputation by filing a false claim.
So, Representative Sykes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually have a question of you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Can you tell us what further witnesses we may have? Because my questions might be more appropriate for them.
Yeah, we do have, well, the only other one I have signed up is Director Bilecki from the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Okay.
I don't see any other hands at this time either. So as of now, she's the last one.
Okay, thank you. Part of my questions will wait for her. The second question is, Representative Gay, you keep talking about an amendment. And do you have an amendment that's been prepared by OLS, or is the bill that you've submitted a change of existing law?
No, they were kind enough. I submitted the to OLS yesterday morning, and at 2 o'clock they sent it out. So it's just one line that I can read to you that means that your identity would not be kept confidential. It's in paragraph 2. Whoops. It's in paragraph 2. It says, let's see. A driver who does not appear to be capable of driving safely. Oh, the person who reports in a signed written statement to the division his or her observation of a driver who does not appear to be capable of driving safely shall be kept confidential. Here's the addition. Unless the reported person submits a written request to the division.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well,
if I heard you correctly, Representative, did you say you just received that amendment and we have not seen it?
That was emailed to us by OLS yesterday at 2.
Okay, I don't believe I saw it yet, so I'll look for it.
Okay, but again, the additional wording is just unless the reported person submits a written request to the division.
We'll look for it. I'll find it.
Okay, and Fran Nutter Upham is intending to call, but she wouldn't be on the list.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Wait a minute, excuse me.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, could we get the amendment number off of that list that she has?
It's 0448.
If I may,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the committee received it yesterday from Representative Gay herself. I got it yesterday afternoon.
Okay, I didn't see it this morning. I'll have to scroll down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you again. Next up, the chair recognizes Director Bilecki from the New Hampshire Department of Motor Vehicles, who is opposed to the bill.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, good morning.
Good morning. Let me see if I can share my video as well. There you go. Good morning again, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you today. I am speaking in opposition to this bill. Representative Tolarski is correct that we have heard this bill in the past as well, and we have opposed that in the past as well. I also shared with the committee a handout that I wanted to discuss. Did everyone see that from me? It would have been a little earlier this morning, but I can look to see if I can share my screen. Let me just see if you bear with me for just a second. I've got too many screens open. Let's see. There we go. Can you see that okay?
Cannot.
Oh, let me try this. How about now?
Yes,
Okay.
Here we go.
it's coming. There you go.
Yeah.
Perfect. So I think it's important to really take a look at the data and the statistics to really have a frame of reference when we're speaking about this bill. You can see the last 7 calendar years related to administrative actions taken by the director. Oh, and I'm sorry, I'm going to back up for the record. My name is Elizabeth Bielecki, Director of Motor Vehicles, representing the DMV. So you can see that really the majority of the requests that we are getting are coming from law enforcement, followed closely by medical professionals. And very few requests that we receive are actually requests by family members. But it's also important to note that of those that are received from family members, the significant percentage of them were actually taking immediate action. So let me just speak really briefly about the options that we have. Depending on the circumstances that are described in the letter, we can either bring the individual in for a re-exam, meaning we will do a full vision test, we'll do a knowledge test, and finally, if those 2 are passed, we'll take the individual out for a road test. We can bring them in for a hearing, and that will be likely medical hearing if the circumstances described give us an indication of maybe medical issues. And in that case, they'll have an administrative hearing where they'll have to prove that they are medically fit to continue to drive. But in many instances, for example, 16 out of the 20 that we received during 2020, we take immediate action. And we typically take that action under RSA 26359, which is suspension for incompetency or improper driving. What that means is the circumstances that are being described to us are significant enough where we decide to take the individual's license right away because there's immediate danger for them to continue to be driving. I will tell you also that with any of these administrative actions, we handle them with a lot of care, especially the ones that are coming in from the family member. My assistants will actually call and discuss the circumstances with the family member and let them know that their identity will not be kept confidential, so that if the individual who is being retested, brought in for a hearing, or whose license is being immediately suspended, asks the question, we have to share with them who's reported them. In instances where the family member has reservations about doing that, they do have other options, meaning they can reach out to their local law enforcement and request that maybe they review the driving record of the individual to see if it rises to a request that can be put into us, or reach out to a family physician or a medical provider. And as you can see again from the numbers that I provided to you, the majority of those requests are coming from those. We again take these requests very seriously and evaluate the circumstances. I know that Representative Gay is looking for us to research the driving ability, and we usually do. But there are many of these circumstances where these individuals already are not driving a whole lot. So their motor vehicle driving history might be perfect. They might not have any fender benders. They might not have any violations. They might actually have a really good driving history. And there's no indication from looking at that there are any issues. We also know that family members really know the driving abilities of their family member the best. So we do take, we put a lot of weight on the requests that are received by us. So again, there aren't that many. There are other options for family members that are not feeling comfortable putting a request in. And for those reasons, I would respectfully ask that you ITL the bill. And thank you for your time and attention. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Director. Any questions from the committee? Chief Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Bilecki, Director Bilecki, thank you for taking my question. Do you have any statistics on the numbers of, as the issue brought forward by this bill, what I might call malicious reports?
I don't, Representative Sykes, because we really, the fact that we always make personal contact with the reporting party, we kind of gauge as to whether they have an idea. Is it really a true request? Is someone having, are the circumstances different than what they're describing? So I think the fact that we're making personal contact, we're asking them to put in their request in writing, sign it as well. I think that puts a lot of weight on that process as well. So they really think about the circumstances and they really think about the consequences of putting in that request.
Thank you, Director.
Sure.
Chair recognizes Representative Hill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director, for coming and speaking with us. I wanted to publicly thank you. You helped me in this situation just in the last year with a mother-in-law driving. My question today is in relation to those three categories you just gave us, the law enforcement, the medical professional, and family. I don't see anything on there from the neighbor that watches the elderly driver backing out and taking out trash cans every day. Is that an option? Is there something that allows just a friendly observer from saying that this person shouldn't be driving any longer?
Thank you for the question. I'm happy that we were able to assist in your personal situation as well. No, the answer to that question is no. If there is a neighbor or a bystander or someone who's not related, their option would be to report it to the local law enforcement and allow them to take it from there. But we would not take any action based on a report from someone who's not related.
Thank you. Quick follow-up?
Follow-up, go ahead.
This is a tremendously difficult procedure. I wouldn't have anticipated it. And I'm sure I'll be one of those as well that is dragged kicking and screaming. But it is, it's important to me that the department not handle things as clinically. I don't know if there's an easier way, and I'm hoping the director has some suggestions perhaps of rather than having someone come in and walking out without their license, is there any other procedure that takes place across the country that you're aware of that may be less clinical?
I can tell you that, again, we have a process that's very detailed. I personally review every single one of them. I don't delegate this authority to anybody else. So all of those in 2020, the 267 law enforcement requests, the 147 medical and family, I sign off on every single one of them. Oftentimes I will request additional information, specifically when it's from law enforcement. If I see multiple accidents on someone's records, I will request the accident reports and personally review all of them. I really don't take this, this task very lightly because I know that I'm really taking away someone's driving privileges at the end of the road. So this is a task that, again, I carefully review myself. I think if we looked at what the process is somewhere else, you probably would find that it is a bit more automated than it is in New Hampshire. So I'm really proud of the fact that we are able to really carefully review the circumstances and not just look at this as another process, but really see the people that are behind the letters that we are receiving.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Thank you, Director, and thank you, Representative Hill. That is the quickest follow-up I think I can remember. Next up, Chair recognizes Representative Gorski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Bilecki, for your testimony and answering my question here. You kind of partially answered it about you eventually sign off, but I guess my initial question is, when someone makes a report, whether it's a family member or a medical professional, law enforcement, who's kind of like the first person who handles it at the DMV, and how does it get processed from there before it gets down eventually to you for the sign off?
Sure. So it actually those type of requests come to the office of the director. I've got a couple employees that actually gather that or intake all of that information. And oftentimes they kind of know what my process is. So if they see that it's an incomplete request, they will reach out and follow up for some information. We have a lot of information available throughout our system as well. So oftentimes they will actually prepare for me the motor vehicle driving history, any related accident reports, or anything else that is within our system that would help me make the determination. We also work very closely with Troop G, and I'm very lucky to have Sergeant Case, which I know you've met him in his testimony at times as well. He kind of takes the prosecution approach to a lot of these, meaning that if we bring someone in for a hearing, he'll represent the DMV to present our position on some of these as well. So if the circumstances are a little different and I'm struggling with what decision I want to make, oftentimes I'll bring him in and ask for his advice on some of these as well. So again, just a quick intake process to gather any supporting documents that would help make the decision, and then my careful review and sometimes the assistance of law enforcement if I have any questions. Does that answer your question, Representative Gorski?
It does a little bit, but can I have a follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Follow-up?
So basically, the people who are taking the intake, you mentioned the first two, are they just intaking information, or are they looking at it to kind of do some type of assessment?
They really just are taking the information, kind of putting the whole packet together, where the request is coming from, any supporting documentation, and kind of adding anything else to create a whole case for me based on which I can make a decision.
Great. Thank you, Thank you, Director Bilecki.
One more, Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Bilecki. I appreciate you coming today and giving all this great information. I'm interested to know what is about the average time between a report and the conclusion of the reporting period?
We turn these around pretty quickly. So depending on how quickly my staff really processes these daily. So depending on how quickly they can gather any supporting documentation, we really within 2 to 3 business days have a decision. That being said, if it's a hearing, we pass it on to the hearing queue. So the individual will be scheduled for a hearing probably within 15 business days or so. If it's a re-exam, we pass it on to our licensing bureau and they'll reach out and schedule them to come in for a re-exam. So that could take a week or 2 depending on availability of appointments. If it's an immediate suspension, we will send out a letter that gives the individual 5 business days before their license goes under suspension. So we allow that mail time to be so that the individual is not driving with a suspended license.
Follow-up. Thank you for that. And so when a person is reported, is there any kind of like probation or that they should not be driving until this is all figured out?
No, thank you for the question. They really may continue to drive until, again, depending on the action, if it's re-exam, they continue to have the ability to drive unless they fail 3 times, as Representative Gay mentioned. If they fail their exams, for example, knowledge test, if they fail it 3 times, that will be a suspension of their license. If they, at a hearing, if they come in for a hearing, at the conclusion of the hearing, they can still drive home, and there'll be a hearing report that is issued within usually 20 days of the hearing in which a decision will be made. So they still have some more time. The quickest suspension is again with the immediate suspension, and that will be within 5 days of us making that decision, to allow us to give them time to be notified.
Okay, thank you. And just one other quick.
Very quickly, please.
Yes, thank you. Okay. And also, how do you deal with some of these folks who may be very belligerent during the whole process? What if they don't want to come in and be tested, or, you know, they?
Yeah, thank you for that. Honestly, we don't see a whole lot of that. I think these individuals, if it's a family member that reports them, they kind of know it's coming. If it's a medical provider that reports them, they typically have a conversation with them before they send us the letter. So again, they're kind of expecting it. And oftentimes people just don't show up. We'll schedule them for a retest to come in for a knowledge test, and then they don't show up. So again, we'll give them 3 chances. If they don't show up once, we'll reschedule them for the test again. If they don't show up the second time, they get a 3rd try and 3 strikes, and that's when we will take the action to suspend them as well. So we don't see a lot of them that really are showing their emotions while going through the process.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions from the committee, do Representative O'Hara, I don't see anybody on the queue on my end. Oh,
Representative Tulowitzki, just right.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I received a message that the person in the waiting room who's calling in on the phone doesn't know how to raise her hand. It's Representative Nutter Upham.
Okay, I see a phone number, but it's not complete.
I can read it to you. She texted it to me.
Our technician might be able to figure out how to patch it.
321-8888. Yes, okay. Yes. Thank you.
Does she know how to unmute from the phone?
Don't know.
Brad, do you know how to? Oh, she just unmuted. She's good.
Good morning. Thank you. This is Representative Frances Nutter Upham, Nashua, New Hampshire, Hillsborough 33. And I just wanted to speak briefly in favor of this bill with.
Representative, can I get you to start over? I just need your name. We couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. Okay. Frances with an E, Nutter -Upham.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Briefly, I want to speak out in favor of this bill with the amendment. I had 2 elderly relatives who difficult to get the car keys away from them when they were past their driving prime, shall we say. And I know this is a very delicate matter among family members, and any help that family members can be given to take the correct and legal actions when people are past their best ability to drive, I think is very important. Thank you for hearing my testimony today.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you again. Okay. Now I don't see any other hands in the queue. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 515. Just give us a couple of minutes to reset, please, and we'll move right into it. Okay, the public hearing up on House Bill 386, an act relative to the operation of certain watercraft on, I hope I'm saying this right, Watchapaka Pond. Prime sponsor is Representative Sykes. So whenever you're ready, Representative, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this bill is came about as a result of a constituent request. And I would also tell you that for ease of conversation, that this pond is also known locally as Meter Pond. So that's a little easier to get out than the actual official name. Meter, MEADER.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's a little easier. So the story goes like this. So I have some folks who have great difficulty paddling. They have no upper body strength remaining. One of those persons actually has a handicap plate as well. But they also know that the state of New Hampshire Fish and Game Department regularly stocks Meter Pond with trout. And they love to go trout fishing. It is already on the list for prohibiting any type of motorized transport on the pond, which is not an uncommon thing in New Hampshire. But they have great difficulty paddling, so they are not able to enjoy this really great pond that's close to their home. The criteria under which ponds are chosen to be protected in this way, according to the Fish and Game and also the Department of Safety's, they have shared responsibilities for this, are that a pond needs to be, if it's under 10 acres and under, I forget the depth, quite frankly, but under a certain depth, then propeller-driven, motorboats, et cetera, are prohibited. And that's to protect the pond. And that's not an unreasonable situation. By the way, this pond is in the White Mountain National Forest as well. The state does have a list of exceptions. The bill, the original authorization for prohibiting ponds has a long list of exceptions. So I did some research, spoke to Fish and Game, spoke to the Department of Safety, tried to ask them, how did these laws treat fairly handicapped individuals? And they really didn't have a good answer. The answer was, well, yeah, no, that's really a good idea. We should probably think about doing something. The thinking about doing something has not resulted in any action, however, through rules or through legislation. I also learned in my research that Meter Pond, while it's on the list of prohibited to motors, is over 10 acres and is over the, not in its entirety, of course, but is over the depth where it would be typically prohibited. I did ask why the pond was on that list and did not receive any clarity from either of the departments. It's just what's always been on the list. I have a problem with that. I think that we should be making recreational opportunities available on an equal basis to handicapped individuals. Nothing in the stated reasons for keeping this pond listed in terms of criteria are met. And so I felt that the only possible solution was legislatively, and this bill would add Meter Pond specifically to it be allowed to use the smallest electric trolling motor only that's commercially available, and only if one of the persons operating the canoe, which is typical, has a handicap plate as well. And that's the bill. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Bill and Representative Sykes, did you say the pond is larger than 10 acres?
Yes, I went on the USGS map and scaled it out, and it is over 10 acres. I obviously had to do some conversion. Maybe hopefully my math was right.
Thank you. Representative Hill?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question, Representative. Are there any ADA accessibility requirements for things like this?
Not specific to the inability to use motorized conveyances. There may be otherwise. I didn't delve into it carefully enough to know. But I do know that specific to not being able to use a motorized method of conveyance, there is no handicapped exception.
Thank you.
I have one more question, Representative Sykes. I may get the answer, but I don't recognize the names. You said you dealt with the Fish and Game Department. Usually when there's legislation before them, the commission does take gather an opinion. You know if they determine an opinion?
I went looking for my notes. Honestly, most of those discussions happened more than 7 months ago. Just because this has been this first came to my attention after the end of the legislative season in prior session. And so I kept trying to talk to people and I don't remember, I apologize. It was there was a captain from the Department of Safety and then someone from Fish and Game as well. Are they on your witness list by any way?
Well, perhaps we'll get the answer. I don't recognize them. I just figured I figured I'd ask first. So
yeah, I'm sorry. I should have prepped a little better for this. There was something that you asked that question, and there was something else I was going to add, and now I've forgotten. Maybe it'll come back.
Representative Phil, is your hand still up, or did you have another question? Okay, thank you. Representative Gorski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Sykes, to take my question. I just want to get some clarity. I'm just getting confused a little bit. Are you saying that no motor can be used over 55 pounds at all? Or it can only be used if someone in the boat has a handicap plate?
Both. So they are restricted to a specific type of motor, which is again the smallest commercially available electric trolling motor.
For
That's
anybody.
Yes, that's the only type of motor, and only if they have a handicap plate. And thank you for that question, because it reminded me that the point of those two restrictions, particularly the handicap plate one, was a matter of fairness, quite obviously, but also would limit the numbers of people who are using these ponds, because we do want to protect the resource.
So follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Follow up.
So just to get clarity for me, maybe it's just me,
Might be me.
Thick scout here. Maybe my poll is showing me again. I don't know. So you're saying that a 55-pound motor can be used on the pond as long as one of the people who are in the boat has a handicap plate?
Correct.
Thank you.
Senator Pickering.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. In the past, before this committee, there's been an issue when a written suggested law is too specific. And I just wondered if you could help me understand why doesn't this fit into any bigger category as far as the distinction between petroleum powered versus electric, and as far as sizes. It sounds to me like you ran into a problem, but then the solution seems to be awfully specific. So could you address that for me, please?
Sure. I chose this methodology because if you look at the list of other ponds, I think there's more than 20 of them that are accepted out from the general requirement. And every one of them has a different explanation for the reason for their being excluded. And I chose this methodology to go back to Representative Gorski's question was, I very much want to limit the amount of people who will be using that pond because it's a very environmentally sensitive area. It's in the pond spreads around several towns, but it's up in the Thornton, Warren, basically Grafton County, and in the National Forest. So That's the reason for the incredible specificity of the requirements.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, Representative Sykes. Representative O'Hara, I see no hands raised in the queue.
That one just went up.
Yep, okay.
Tim Dunleavy.
Yeah, that's one of the persons I spoke to. Yep, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, no, good morning, sir.
Thank you. My name is Tim Dunleavy, and I'm captain with the New Hampshire State Police Marine Patrol Unit. And I thank you for taking my testimony this morning. Honorable members of the Transportation Committee, the Department of Safety and Marine Patrol opposes this bill. And I will qualify my statements by saying in no way are we looking to not be sensitive to the needs of those who have intellectual or physical challenges in our state to be able to use our public waters. The issue here with Watchapaka Pond, or Meter Pond as we like to use with the locals especially, is that RSA 270-29 supersedes all the authority of the Commissioner of Safety to adopt regulations, and that statute has prohibited the use of any mechanical power on any body of water within the White Mountain National Forest. And that statute further goes forward to accept several bodies of water that you as a legislature acknowledged should be made available to motorboats. Stinson Lake, for example, the Percy Ponds in Stark, Kimball Pond in Chatham, and Long Pond, which is nearby to Meter Pond in Benton. Those have easy public access by vehicle, quite frankly, and I suspect that's why the legislature exempted them. Meter Pond, if you look at the Fish and Game maps that they have for fishing on their website, lists Meter Pond as a walk-in remote site, although I can tell you, unfortunately, I investigated a drowning there years ago, and there is a rough road or path into the pond. Representative Sykes speaks to our conversation and how various restrictions exist around the state for these power boats. Outside of the national forest, due to the statutes, those bodies of water over 10 acres in size are considered public waters and therefore fall under the jurisdiction of the state. And statute allows, through the public hearing process, for a petition to be submitted by the general public to change or to create restrictions on our public waters. So Representative Sykes is very correct when he says that there are 20 or so bodies of water that have these unique restrictions or exemptions. And that has been established through the petition process where folks seek a change. So with that's a little history of how these restrictions come to be. In this case, this restriction is by statute, and it is for the protection of a lot of our remote, smaller ponds in the National Forest. Meter Pond is a 28-acre pond with an average depth of about 10 feet. And it is a popular trout fishing location. From an enforcement perspective, our concern is if we encounter someone out there with an electric motor, the ability sometimes to track down that plate due to the remoteness of this pond may find the vehicle in some other location significantly further away from the pond. And so under these circumstances and because of the existing restrictions, we respectfully ask that this be found inexpedient to legislate. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Sir, any questions from the committee? Representative Crawford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you just, excuse me, thank you, Captain Dunley. Could you just repeat the RSA for me? It's 270.
It is 270, stand by. 270:29, operation prohibited. It's a relatively brief statute that if you'd like me to read, I'd be happy to do so.
No, I just needed the number. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Representative Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. I just have the same question. What do we have for access via ADA requirements for public ponds in New Hampshire?
I can't speak specifically as Fish and Game is the agency that oversees public access and boat launches. But what I am familiar with is that when federal funds are used to create public access, then certainly ADA compliance must be factored into that. Oftentimes, and I know there are numerous bodies of water around the state where ADA compliant fishing piers, shoreline fishing piers, are part of that access and development. And there are examples where our public hearing process has opened up bodies of water to mechanical power for those with challenges, but those bodies of water fall outside the national forest and have been restrictions have been changed due to that public input and the public hearing process. In this case, Meter Pond is already covered by a statute where obviously that would trump any ability of the department to create an exception. And the fact that it's in the national forest with all our other restricted smaller bodies of water.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
I see no other hands up. So I will close the public hearing on House Bill 385.
Next one's 100. 10 o'clock, 100.
Yeah, that was 386.
So this is interesting.
I can introduce him if you like. Yeah, I can introduce him.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing on House Bill 100. Because I don't have a vice chair today, I'm not going to actually introduce it myself. So Representative Aaron is going to do it for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to introduce this bill, House Bill 100, which is relative to driving on the left of an unbroken painted line. And this bill seeks an exemption to the prohibition on crossing unbroken painted center lines while driving on any way. So
Okay,
that's
thank you very
the
much. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I'll just I'll bring everybody up to speed on this. This was a bill that was put in last term by, at the time, Representative Flanagan, with just issues that had happened. Actually, people getting cited for crossing the unbroken painted line in circumstances where they had no choice. So I looked at it as just a housekeeping bill and just a common sense bill. It was his experience that he'd actually been ticketed, if I remember correctly, for making a maneuver across the painted line when he had no choice to because of a vehicle parked on the side of the road, or at the time, I think there was also emergency equipment, et cetera, et cetera. So that is a simple bill. That's why you see it again. Again, this did pass last year, and it was also one of those bills that made it to the Senate, but did not rise to the level of importance enough to make it into one of their omnibus bills. So it has been reintroduced. Any questions from the committee? Representative Teleski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you just, and I don't know if even you remember, going back to the first time this was introduced, we had a problem with it and then it was amended again. Is it the amendment that finally got us to pass it last year? Was it just clarifying the move over law in there?
You know, that's a great question, and that is taxing my memory.
I know, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. It's good. I'm going to look into it. We'll get the answers on that before we try to exec this thing.
Thanks.
See Representative Aaron.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to bring to your attention that William Lambert from the New Hampshire DOT had registered to testify on this bill, but had inadvertently checked that he opposed this bill, but actually he doesn't. He is in favor of it. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Thank you. It was on my list of things to do.
Okay.
Now it's off. Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question is for you. Maybe you can help me with memory as well. When you're looking at the last version that we passed, I can't recall whether it called out an exception just for bicycles and non-motorized pedestrians, et cetera. I thought the original bill was you could do that under, if you needed to, under safe, it was a safe operation. I'm a little concerned. Are we hearing from any of the bicycling community about this particular bill? I'm sure they might have an opinion. I just wondered if they're signed up.
We'll see. They don't recognize themselves, obviously, at this point, of who they represent. I know we just heard Representative Aaron that Mr. Lambert from DOT is in favor of this bill. And I have to be honest with you, my memory is not as good as it used to be in terms of the changes last year. All I can say is that we'll look into them before we try to execute.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman.
I see Representative Gorski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. What's the Chapman Act?
Don't remember. You really got to put me on the spot on this one, don't you? Again, this was a bill put in by a former representative.
Okay.
It's returned as a courtesy, more or less.
Okay.
Because it did actually pass, and we just wanted it to pass again.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other questions, I'll get myself off the hot seat. Let's see who is. See anybody else queued up to speak?
I do not either.
Nobody else pre-signed up. So with that, again, we'll get the answers that we need before we attempt to exec this. Good questions. I'll close the public hearing on House Bill 100. It looks like we gained a little time.
It's 10:30.
So we're doing House Bill 461 at 10:30, and I guess that affords us a small break. So we'll see you back then.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Would you like me to mute your room while you guys are on recess?
Excuse me?
Would you like me to mute the room when you guys are on recess? I know that was an issue last time.
Yes, please. Yeah. Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, and if I need to get to the screen, I can unmute it from here.
Okay.
Thank you. Sound check, can you hear me? Are we live? Okay, thank you. All right, welcome back, everybody. I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 461, an act relative to motorcycle auxiliary lamping and adding the New Hampshire Motorcyclist Rights Organization to the Traffic Safety Commission. Prime sponsor is Speaker Packard, who couldn't make it this morning. So I'll have Representative Smith, Deputy Speaker Smith, introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Representative Stephen Smith, Sullivan County District 11, Ackworth, Charlestown, Goshen, Langer, Leinster, and Washington. This bill does two things. One, it adds the New Hampshire Motorcycle Rights Organization to the Traffic Safety Commission. The Traffic Safety Commission is a group of people who represent various industries in transportation, vehicles, school bus drivers, and New Hampshire Motor Transport Association, the Department of Safety, and a variety of other people, so that when there are traffic safety issues, all the stakeholders are in the room. This would add the New Hampshire Motorcycle Rights Organization to that, and that's appropriate. They are the leading force in New Hampshire for investigating motorcycle issues, safety issues, and in addition, they provide a great motorcycle safety class that's offered by many people. So it's appropriate for them to have a seat at the table. The second thing that it does is one of our statutes doesn't let you have more than 3 lights on the front of a motorcycle. Now, there are a lot of bikes that have dual headlights, and then for safety, you also want the lights that are on the bars down by the road so they can see if there's a raccoon laying in the road easier. It gives you a more close-up view. So if you have one on each side and the bike came from the factory with 2 headlights, that's 4. And while the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says this is a good thing to do, and many bikes actually come from the factory with this lighting installed, they're illegal in New Hampshire. So I consider the second part of the bill a cleanup measure so that we are not conflicting with federal regulations. And that is the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again. I only get 2 people signed up to testify. Let's see if we can find them. Chair would recognize Tracy Boravage, representing the New Hampshire Motorcyclist Rights Organization.
I'm over there.
I see you on the queue. Okay. Yep. You need to unmute.
I'm here.
Good morning. We can hear you now.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for your time this morning. I am Tracy Boravage. I'm the president of New Hampshire Motorcycle Rights Organization, and I am here to respectfully request that you support this bill, HB 461. As Representative Smith said, motorcyclists have never been representative on this commission in the past. And as a big part of the roadway users in New Hampshire, we feel that motorcyclists should have a voice. Last session, we came before this same before the same committee, requesting to be put on this commission. The Transportation Committee last session did vote to put us on. The full House voted to put us on, and what happened in all the chaos, we did not make, or the bill did not make it to the Senate to be voted. So we're here again, unfortunately, doing it all over. For those of you who do not know NHMRO, I just want to take a quick few minutes because I don't want to waste anybody's time, just to tell you a little bit about what we do. We came up with a Ride Smart program. I know it's a little bit hard for all of you to see it, but it represents a lot of what New Hampshire Motorcycle Rights does. Riding smart, safely, maturely aware, respectfully, and trained. In 2019, we took this and we went and met with Captain Haynes of the New Hampshire State Police, and we started a motorcycle task force. We then partnered with New Hampshire Automobile Dealers Association, the Office of Highway Safety, AAA, and iHeartMedia, and the Riders Education Program, and went further with it and came up with a hashtag Live Free Ride Smart program. So we've now gone statewide. We now have monies funded from the 402 funds and NHTSA. And we now have PSAs out there for riding smart and riding safely. So we have a big voice, something that motorcyclists have never had in this state, on how to ride safely, how to ride smart. We believe that making smart and knowledgeable riders make smarter riders and better riders. So we're doing a lot of things that motorcyclists have never done in this state. So being part of this commission, we feel like would be a very good thing for the rest of the safety commission, the rest of the roadway users, and a very important thing for motorcyclists. So again, I respectfully request that you support this bill, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? I see Representative O'Hara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had one quick question. I'm going to safely assume you drive a car also.
I do.
Okay. And can I follow up real quick, Mr. Chairman?
Yep, follow up.
Okay. Do you see any hazard for auto drivers when there's 4 headlights coming towards them?
So did he, I had just, it's kind of echoey. Did you say, do I see any hazard with 4 headlights coming at a car from a motorcycle?
Yeah, for a vision or anything standpoint.
I would say no. I think as a motorcyclist and also having cars, I think for us, motorcycles need to be visually seen, and I don't think that there's a problem with having more lights, you know?
I agree. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
And next, the chair recognizes Dan Bennett from the New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association. I did see him on the queue. Can you hear us, Dan?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all this morning. I do wish that we were in the back of room 203, but it is what it is. So I hope to see you all there soon. My name is Dan Bennett. I'm with the New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association. We represent car, truck, motorcycle, snowmobile dealers across the state. So we are here in support of HB 461, as we were on this bill dealing with motorcycle lamping, as well as the Traffic Safety Commission, both bills which easily passed last year, we are in support of. The discussion on auxiliary lamping started between ourselves and Department of Safety, Troop G, about 1.5 years ago, when we realized either through aftermarket lamping or straight from the manufacturer, vehicles were in violation of our safety law. So auxiliary lamping allows greater visibility for both the rider as well as oncoming traffic. And unfortunately, the current law doesn't allow more than 3. Because a motorcycle is lumped in with the definition of motor vehicle, it really applies to cars. It doesn't apply to bikes. When bikes add lights, they add them in even numbers. They don't add them in odd numbers. They're done in pairs. It's done on the left and right of the fork, a left and right of the foot peg, hanging down from the 2 main lamps, the way Deputy Speaker Smith mentioned. So for any of you all, I know I sent something around to the committee yesterday, and hopefully you all received it. I did not have it in color here, but from the pictures that I sent to you all, you can see the various types of lamping that folks do to enhance their visibility. And to respond to Representative O'Hara's question, these are not blinding LED light strips that would be on the hood of a Jeep or a truck. So this is not something that would heavily interfere and be blinding to oncoming traffic. So there are no, in our opinion, there are no, and I think that hopefully the Department of Safety would echo that as well. There's no concerns there because they were supportive of this effort last year as well. So that's it for the lamping issue. The next thing I'll talk about is the Traffic Safety Commission. NHADA is a member of the Traffic Safety Commission, and we've sat on it. I have for a number of years. We wholeheartedly support having NHMRO become a member. a great deal of our discussions are around the accidents of motorcycles, accidents, injuries, and unfortunate deaths. So having their voice be part of how can we make the roadways safer, especially for bikes and riders, our great motorcycle tourist destination state, having their voice on this commission, we think would be incredibly beneficial. So thank you for hopefully your support on this bill, which I think based on its success last year, hopefully is a pretty easy one for you all. And if there are any questions, I'd be glad to try and handle them.
Thank you. I do see one question, Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I just had one. Is it your contention that this bill would be for the visibility of the motorcycle operator, or the visibility of the motorcycle by the traveling public?
Thank you for the question, Representative Hill. It's both. It's both for the rider. You know, I think if you think about a single headlamp versus a headlamp and then two mounted lower, you know, on about a 2 to 3 inch spindle, and then two more down by their feet, it's really just going to enhance that that field of vision for both oncoming and the rider themselves. So I'm not sure if you all have the, and hopefully you do have the images that I sent over yesterday morning, but I think it makes it pretty clear how it will help both.
The questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you.
Have a good day. I see one hand in the queue, Representative Harris, Lieutenant Player, New Hampshire State Police.
Yes, I just promoted him.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
I appreciate your time, and thank you, committee members. I apologize. I'm still learning the sign-in procedure, so hopefully I have this down and I won't have to raise my hand next time. I can just sign in like normal. I am Lieutenant Player. I'm the troop commander from Troop G, and we work very closely with the Division of Motor Vehicles, and oftentimes we work very closely with New Hampshire Automobile Dealers Association as well. I'm here representing the Department of Safety today, and we have worked with the New Hampshire automobile dealers in regards to this bill. This was something that they brought to our attention where there was a concern where motorcycles, in particular, they have one headlight, and then oftentimes they come from the manufacturer. You see it, especially with Harley Davidsons, where there's two auxiliary lights mounted to the left or right of the headlight. This precludes motorcycles from being able to have additional auxiliary lamps down low that can help light the sides of the roadways. So it's prohibitive that they can't necessarily see off to the sides where there might be a small animal that's going to dart out in front of them. So we worked with NHADA to help craft the language of this bill to add 4 auxiliary lights specifically for the purposes of motorcycles to help the improve driver safety. As a secondary feature, obviously, it does help motorcycles be seen by oncoming drivers, and the Department of Safety supports this bill.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
I see no other hands raised. Can you confirm, Representative O'Hara?
I see none also.
Okay. That being said, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 461. Representative Sykes, I'm not going to try to do this now, but put it as a possibility if things go well this afternoon, perhaps we might be able to get this part of our executive session. Just figured I'd throw that out there. So that being said, our next hearing will be at 11 o'clock, House Bill 628. We'll see you all then. Thank you.
Exercise?
What's that?
Getting your exercise. You're getting your exercise.
I am. Can anybody hear me? Okay, thank you. Let's open the public hearing on House Bill 628 FN, an act relative to maximum vehicle speed limitations. Representative Yokela is the prime sponsor. So you can find them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning, afternoon. No, good morning. How are you?
I'm great. I'm great. I wanted to thank Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the committee. I'm here to introduce and ask for support of HB 628, which seeks to increase the speed limit on certain New Hampshire roads. This bill is a result of a constituent request. The bill seeks to increase the speeds on roads currently 55 miles an hour to 60 miles an hour and 65 mile an hour roads to 70 miles an hour, and a few sections of road currently 70 miles an hour to 75. So just a 5 mile an hour increase on those roads. If you, excuse me, if you have driven on highways 101 and 93, you are already fully aware that the flow of traffic is already 70 miles an hour and sometimes even 75, because motorists naturally find a comfortable speed for the road over time unless it's artificially lowered by speed limits that are strictly enforced. I believe that we should be not be sending out our officers to enforce speed which is significantly lower than most motorists find to be comfortable for the road. That would increase speed differentials between those driving at a comfortable speed for the road and those driving to avoid the long arm of the law. As Stephen Johnson, professor of industrial engineering with Mac Blackwell National Rural Transportation Study Center, noted on a study regarding speed differential ramifications, he, quote, "We found that speed variations in vehicle interactions have a direct impact on highway safety," unquote. While accidents at higher speeds increase the likelihood of serious injury in the crash, I suggest that we already have those conditions on the ground now where people are driving the comfortable speed and those speed limits are not aligned. And so I hope that you'll support this change of speed limits to the current flow to more accurately reflect the current flow of traffic on these roads, so that we encourage everyone to move at the same speed. If such a change needs to be worked into a transportation plan, and thus the effective date of such legislation needs to be pushed out to accommodate that, I would support such an amendment. Thank you, and I will try to answer any questions you might have.
Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Yokela, for presenting this today. My question is, if we are to raise the speed limits, then how do you believe that will affect the traffic around work zone areas? Because then those speed limits also are raised, because I believe you have to slow down a certain amount around those speed limit, around those work areas, but it would essentially raise the speed limit around those areas as well.
Thank you for the question. I am not, I think, the best person to answer that question. The ramifications of what speed is near workers or highway workers. You know, I've seen definitely multiple speeds from 25 miles an hour next to workers to 55 miles an hour next to workers. So I'm not sure that what the ramifications are, like how far away from the people driving that they need to be for increased speed, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not sure of the ramifications of that, so I'm not sure I'm the best person to answer. Thank you.
Representative Delarsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Yokella. I'm just curious if in any of your research on this issue, if you raise the speed limit by 5 miles per hour to perhaps match up with what you're calling a comfortable driving speed that people are doing anyway, what's to prevent people from then going another 5 miles per hour over because they see it as that window of what is a comfortable flow of traffic, which would potentially put people at 80 miles an hour in the 75 mile per hour zone?
Thank you for the question. I think that there are some people that just want to push the limits of what they can get away with, and that there are other people that just drive at a speed that is comfortable for the road and the terrain. And my suggestion is that the current speed limit is even below what people find comfortable, not necessarily the people that are always trying to push the boundaries. Those people are going to be pushing the boundaries no matter what speed limit you put. But thank you for the question.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Representative. Chair recognizes Gary Abbott, representing the Associated General Contractors of New Hampshire. Neutral on the bill.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. What name did you say?
Gary Abbott.
Should be all set.
Thank you, Chairman Walsh and committee members. For the record, my name's Gary Abbott. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Associated General Contractors of New Hampshire. I know I sent the committee a letter yesterday regarding this issue. We are neutral on the bill. We would leave it up to the Department of Safety, safety-wise, of whether increasing the speed limits is the right thing to do. Our concern comes out of the unintended consequences relating to a different statute. Statute 265:60 deals with kind of safety in the work zone and highway workers that are working on highways. Right now, that work zone has language that says the reduction would be 10 miles an hour or more. We know in the practical world that DOT tries to design it to 10 miles an hour under the speed limit. Our concern comes over highway worker safety and people in the roadways. And so I did attach to that position paper some language that if you were to pass this bill, we do not really want any changes in the speed limits. So for anything, I added language that would allow that any highways 55 miles an hour or over, instead of seeing a 10 mile an hour reduction, would see a 15. So that's really where our group, I brought it up to the contractors. I represent large commercial contractors who work on the highways and buildings. And clearly, we just don't want to see any increase in work zone speed limits. So we really looked at the unintended consequence of changing the speed limits. Again, we don't have a position on whether the legislature, what speeds are set. But when it comes to we're always working with the Department of Transportation to try to make sure our highways are as safe as possible. But we would like to have that change if the committee decides to move forward with the bill. And I would end my testimony and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Chair will recognize William Lambert, representing the Department of Transportation, who opposes the bill.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Bill Lambert. I'm the State Traffic Engineer for the New Hampshire Department of Transportation. In that role, I am also granted the Commissioner's delegated authority for determining state speed zones on the RSA 265-62. I've had that authority since 2013. Prior to that, that authority was granted to each of the regional or district engineers in our Highway Maintenance Bureau. I can tell you from that point of time, I probably spent 30 to 40% of my engineering time as state traffic engineer dealing with concerns about speed and speed limits. And I've been asked by the Institute of Transportation Engineers to participate in developing I guess a case study collective for best management practices with regard to setting speed limits. I've also been involved with AASHTO at the national level with changes to the MUTCD regarding speed limits. So I do deal with speed limits quite a bit. And I did submit written testimony. I believe you folks have that written by the commissioner. I don't want to necessarily read that, but I did want to go through some of the points that I made in that letter. One of the things that we talk about is state speed zones. So state speed zones, the statutory speed limits are set in RSA 265-60. Towns and cities are allowed to alter those statutory speed limits in RSA 265-63, and the Commissioner of Transportation is allowed to alter those speed limits in RSA 265-62. In both cases, any changes are supposed to be based on an engineering and traffic investigation. In the last 7 or 8 years, the Department of Transportation has developed a fairly robust methodology for determining state speed zones, and very seldomly do we reduce speed limits based on our study or recommendations. In fact, we've raised several over the last several years. I can tell you some of our experience at Wakefield, Route 153, working with and actually prompted by local police, raised the speed limit from 35 to 45. That was a road that was probably posted at 35 in the 60s because of the winding nature of the road, with the premise that people would slow down when they went around the curves. Studies showed over the years that they didn't do that. So we worked with the police chief, and in the rural sections of 153, increased the speed limit. The Kankamangas Highway was another example where we increased the speed limit from 40 to 50 in the Lincoln Livermore area based on speed studies. We also raised the speed limit on Route 27 in Candia and on Route 4A in Wilmot based on engineering and traffic investigations. All of those came with pretty broad support from the local governing body. Not that they have that authority, but it would be disingenuous for us to make those kind of changes without reaching out to the local governing body. I'd also want to point out some places where we did recommend speed limits be increased based on the studies that got rejected in reaching out to the local governing body. Most folks would think that changing the speed limit is not a good idea. And we've tried to convince them otherwise and give them the reasoning for our recommended changes, but not always with success. And one of those was the section of NH 120 from Claremont to Lebanon, which has got several different speed limits over 18 to 20 miles. We were recommending something that was more uniform, but in 3 of the 4 communities, that recommendation was not accepted. Although local governing bodies in 2 of the towns seemed to understand the reasoning behind it, but they had some local, I guess, pressure to not support it, so that we didn't make that change. In Orford and Wentworth on Route 25A, interestingly, the town of Wentworth supported raising the speed limit from 40 to 50, but Orford did not, so that remains at the 40 miles an hour. I also talk about some of the other features related to posted speed limits, and we have recently completed or are completing the statewide project to bring all of our horizontal alignment warning signs in line with the current standards, and they're determined based on the difference between a posted speed limit and a measured advisory speed. and the measured advisory speed is based on the deflection of a vehicle as it goes around a curve. And what we found in doing those projects is that there are a number of speed limits that are probably less than what the prevailing speed is. So that we were taking away curve warning signs when we thought they should be, there should be more, or we had a history of some run off the road crashes. And an example, using that Wakefield example, over 12 miles of changing the speed limit by 10 miles an hour, when we went back and looked at the curve warning signs, we found that we added something like 200 new assets, either chevrons, delineators, or curve signs. The other one was the passing zones, where the passing sight distance is determined based on the posted speed limit. And when we raised the speed limit on the Kank 112 in Lincoln and Livermore, we ended up closing 7 of 8 passing zones that were on that stretch because they did not meet the passing sight distance required for 50 miles an hour, while they did for 40. And as far as the safety concerns that this department has for raising the speed limits, on the lower speed highways, like I talked about, the 153 in Wakefield and some of the other ones, research routinely demonstrates that changes to the speed limit do not measurably affect the speed of traffic because people find a comfortable speed based on the character and the condition of the road. But the research does seem to indicate that increasing the speed limits on the higher order highways, the ones that were built for higher speeds with wide sight distance, flat curves and things like that, that the speed does tend to go up. I know one of the questions earlier was whether people would get comfortable with an increase, an additional 5 miles per hour increase if the speed limit increased. I would point that the speed limit north of Concord that went from 65 to 70 several years ago is being considered for an additional 5 miles an hour now. And that would kind of be an indication that that previous increase has resulted in a corresponding increase in the traffic. I can't demonstrate that with data. We did do some before and after data a year or two after, and that was inconclusive, but we haven't gone back and collected that data since. But the fact that it's being recommended to be or proposed to be increased another 5 miles an hour would be an indication that there's at least a perception that speeds have gone up. And while the data might be inconclusive as to what the speeds might be on the higher order highways, what's not inconclusive is that higher speeds result in higher crash severity. So with that, I'd close my testimony. The Department of Transportation would be opposed to this bill, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So one question at this point, Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Lambert, for taking my question. I actually have a two-part question, if the chair will indulge me. The first part is, is my memory correct that we had learned during various testimonies that the initial design phase of the interstate highway system was based on a 70 mile per hour safe operating speed?
I would have to look to make sure. My recollection from my time in the design office is that most of the interstate highway designs were, the design speed was 70 miles an hour. And as a kid growing up in the 60s and 70s, I remember the posted speed limit being 70 miles an hour on the interstate highways until the energy crisis reduced it to 55.
Okay, and then part two, within your design work for these types of things, and I'll be frank about this, I'm particularly concerned about Route 89 from Concord to the Vermont border. There's a high increase in the elevation. I think it's almost 2,000 feet in a very short time frame. And that means we get wildly different weather within that very short time frame, distance frame. And does the design questions about what speed limits should be take into consideration that specificity?
Yeah, I guess I'd ask a follow-up, and thank you for the question. I'd ask a follow-up or clarification is what part of that a condition would be considered for the design speed? Is it the elevation change or geometry within that section?
Well, I wasn't thank you. I'll try and clarify. Sometimes my questions can be a little convoluted. My particular concern is that the couple of factors. Ice on the roadway changes dramatically from rain to ice on the roadway with the elevation increase. The road may in fact be designed fine for geometry wise, but it doesn't take into consideration those types of changes. And then of course, there's a whole issue of rain becoming snow and snow becoming a whiteout. So that's where I'm coming from. I'm very, we see a lot of cars off the road within that, well, north of Warner and in the, Springfield area, for instance. So
I think I understand your question now. And I would say that speed limits are generally determined based on ideal traffic and weather conditions. So blue sky, daylight, dry pavement. When we do the engineering and traffic investigation, it includes a speed study, and the speed study should be determining what the prevailing speed is during ideal weather conditions. And the statute already says that drivers are expected to adjust their speed based on actual conditions, the reasonable and prudent standard or reasonable and safe standard. So the department has, over the last probably 15 years or so, as we've invested in weather data systems and the changeable message signs and things like that, we have identified places like that section of 89 where we can collect real-time pavement condition data and put up messages for folks to remind them of the road conditions so that they should slow down. We looked at trying to put a variable speed limit sign, so we had actually changed the posted speed limit on those roads through the Salem to Manchester project and the Everett Turnpike. But we found that those systems, communication-wise and technology-wise and cost-wise, can be, I guess, cost prohibitive to install and maintain. So we tend to be using, I guess, our public outreach through the media and through our limited number of changeable message signs when we have those specific conditions to remind people that they should be slowing down during the weather. And we have enough granularity in our traffic or our weather data systems to be able to identify the difference between, say, I-95 and the Portsmouth area and 93 in Derry and I-89 in Londonderry. So we try to manage that storm by storm and case by case.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Pulaski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Lambert, for taking my question. Just so from what I hear you say, the department is open to raising speed limits on certain roadways when your investigations, studies, recommendations from the local authorities direct you to that and the data shows it. But would you agree with me that you're saying the blanket raise of speed limits statewide is just not the best way to go in this circumstance?
Thank you for the question. And I guess I would clarify that the department has, I guess, the legacy system of statewide speed limits that I've inherited in 2013 would have a number of speed limits that I think have been arbitrarily lowered over the years, where the standard for the engineering and traffic investigation may not be as robust as we've had it in the last 10 or 15, 7 or 8 years. So that being said, I think that legacy system includes a number of examples where the speed limit is much less than the prevailing speed, may be more of a desired speed. And oftentimes the request that we would get would be from people that want it to be less than what they think is reasonable and safe so that they can start ticketing people at that reasonable and safe number. And that's not really good practice. So the ones that I think that we'd be considering increase would be some of those legacy systems that maybe were inappropriately reduced in the past. That being said, I think the data shows that when you increase speed limits on those higher order highways, the interstates and the turnpikes and those multi-lane divided highways that were built to a higher standard, does tend to result in higher speeds, and higher speeds then result in increased severity of crashes. And I guess as an example is when the speed limit was and I'm hoping that state police would be on this call. But my understanding when the speed limit was increased north of Concord from 65 to 70, that there was a corresponding increase in the tolerance for doing enforcement. And that really wasn't the intent or the stated intent. If the intent was to start pulling people over at 75 before the speed limit was raised, then arguably that 75 would have still been the upper limit after the speed limit was raised. I'd like to think that's not the case, but sometimes that has to do with enforcing or convicting people in the courts and what the courts will accept as a acceptable, reasonable, and safe speed. And one of the other things about the interstate speeds, it's different in the statute that people don't understand is that the 65 or 70 that's in the statute now is a per se speed limit, not a prima facie speed limit. So by law, any speed over that 75 or 65 or 70 that's in the statute is a violation, where people could argue on the prima facie standard that during certain conditions, higher speed may be acceptable. Does that answer your question?
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lambert, I've got a question. We talked about 93. When we did legislatively increase the speed limit from 65 to 70 on the northern portions of 93, part of the conversation before we raised any more, and the understanding was that the average, it takes about 5 years of study when you make such a change to find out if there's really any adverse effects from the change. Two-part question. How, refresh my memory, how long has it been since we did that? And is there any data available showing any change that's a detriment?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. I could find out pretty easily when the change was done. I want to say it was 2013 or 14 timeframe. I don't want to start digging into files now because it might take a minute, but it was at that time frame. And I remember the year following that change, there was a bill to increase the speed limit, I think on 89 and maybe 101 to that same 70. And at the time, we testified that it would be good to give us some time to determine if that had changed. As I said, we did a before and after study 1 year before and 1 year after. So we've got data, but the data is not what I would call robust research data because it was only on those points north of Concord. We didn't have any control on other highways to see if there was a corresponding change. And in the data that we did collect north of Concord in that following year, it looked like there was one section north of Franconia Notch where the speeds increased by about 5 miles an hour. But on everything else in that first year, there wasn't a significant increase. It was rarely less than the previous speed, but it was never more than 1 or 2 miles an hour over what was previously recorded. But again, those are point in time. They're not necessarily robust data over an extended period. The other thing that we wanted to follow up with was crash volume and crash severity. And that data is harder I don't manage it, so I can't necessarily comment on that. But my understanding is that the crash data is inconclusive because over the years, we get more of a percentage of crashes in what we capture in the data. So the increase in the volume may be a reflection of just having better records than an increase in crashes. So it's hard to tell if that changed. And again, that would be somebody else that would have to comment on that.
Thank you for that. I guess what I was just getting at, what you just mentioned, the crash and the crash severity, I guess that's the important information. If there's anything you can find on that and share it, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. I see Representative Cleaver with his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. The fiscal note lists some 700 signs and a cost of $178,000 to make the changes. So the first part of the question is, do you agree with those numbers? The second part of the question is that the law says, or the bill says 60 days to change out all the signs. And I was wondering if you thought that was realistic.
Thank you for the question. I put together the fiscal note, so I guess I'm going to have to say that I do agree with it. I didn't have any precise data to do it. It was based on some assumptions that I included in the fiscal note, but I was fairly comfortable with that. And as far as the taking effect after 60 days, when the speed limit was increased north of Concord, we made that change pretty much in one day. We took all of our sign crews and essentially just riveted on overlay panels on existing signs. It might have been one or two that we changed the entire sign out, but it was something that we were able to do in that one-day time period. But I would note that that last change took effect on January 1st. So we ended up paying time and a half holiday pay to do something that we probably could have done on January 2nd for straight time. And actually, if I remember right, I made the executive decision to wait until that second day so that we weren't paying the time and a half. So I would keep that in mind if there isn't any change.
One more, we do have other people who would speak. Representative Lasky.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I just noticed one thing. Representative Kleber brought my attention to it. Mr. Lambert, when I was reading the fiscal note, I had underlined the part that said the evaluations that for tapers, guardrails, guardrail limits, et cetera. The evaluation will require significant engineering study and the results will likely include more warning signs needed, fewer passing zones, more guardrail. Is the time that's needed for that and the expenses for that included in that 178,000, or the 178,000 is just the sign changes?
Thank you for the question. That's just the speed limit sign changes. The changing in horizontal alignment signing, probably not going to be that significant on the divided highways because they probably were designed for that kind of a speed. But it may be more significant on the roads that are posted at 55 that would then be 60.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Mr. Lambert? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative O'Hara, I see a full list of attendees. I stand corrected, I don't see any hands raised yet. You concur?
I agree. I see no hands right now.
Okay, well, of all the people there, would anybody wish to speak on House Bill 628? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. You can never win with these things. I hope Representative Sykes agrees with me. He gives me that courtesy. You do your best when you try to estimate the amount of time these hearings are going to take. I can see a lot of people saying on the call, but apparently with no wish to speak. So that being said, we do have a little better than normal lunch. Our next public hearing will be at 1 o'clock. That is House Bill 522. And then we'll have an afternoon of executive session. So we'll see you shortly. Thank you.
You have no mic though there.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's
is
a
there
mic.
one? Oh.
That's why I think
okay,
it's.
great.
Yeah, I learned my lesson. I did that before I sat down.
Excuse me, Brad. Representative Fox is having trouble logging in again. I don't know if Brad can send her a new link.
I will resend it to her. Thank you for letting me know.
Thank you.
Two.
Wait a moment. until we have everybody.
What is a natural person?
See, I haven't seen that in people.
Like a corporation. So in other words,
Oh,
TV commercial,
Oh.
private owned,
Oh, okay. Okay.
passenger, private use.
So this says if you have a new car that's under warranty, that you only have to get it inspected every 2 years. And when is it considered not new anymore?
Well, for the language of the
We do
bill,
this-
once the warranty is up,
Okay.
is over, now you have to go back to 1 year. It's that simple, but I'll explain it. That's
Yeah.
what I'll explain.
Okay, is everybody here? Representative O'Hara? I didn't hear the name of the person trying to get back on, just making sure we're complete.
No, Representative Fox is not on yet. I don't know what the trouble is.
Give it another minute.
I did just resend her Zoom link to her, so hopefully she'll be able to get on soon.
That fast. Oh, you're welcome.
I'm sorry.
I should have read. Yeah, I was thinking
That's
I
all
was
right.
doing it.
I
I was
didn't catch
doing
it
a
right
good
away
thing.
either. Way too convenient.
Well, at least I know what you have.
Well, it's 5 past.
She on
For
yet?
the hearing portion of
Yep.
this.
Representative Fox is here now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 522 FN, an act relative to motor vehicle inspections for new vehicles. Prime sponsor is Representative Terosian. Representative Terosian, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Transportation Committee. For the record, my name is Peter Terosian. I am state representing Rockingham District 14, the towns of Atkinson and Plastow. I'm the prime sponsor, as you heard, of this legislation. And I'm here to testify on behalf of this bill and asking you to consider an auto pass. It's a pretty simple bill. Let me back up and say, for those few in here and at home, members at home, that were on the committee, you know, you've heard various iterations of vehicle inspection sticker and requirements, from getting rid of them completely to changing the frequency. So mine's pretty simple, and I'm going to go into a little bit of background on what it hopes to do. It only affects new vehicles that are on a new vehicle warranty. So if you buy a new vehicle with its own warranty, it changes the frequency of inspection from 1 year to 2 years, only while it's on warranty. Once it's off warranty, it reverts back to the 1 year schedule. To put this in context, there's currently in the country 9 states that have no inspections at all. And some of those states have significantly bad winter weather. For example, Alaska, Minnesota, Montana, Michigan, and Iowa are states that have no inspection at all. I'm not attempting to do that. What I am attempting to do is give a little bit of relief for new vehicle owners to go to a longer time between inspections. There's about half the 50 states where the frequency of inspection is 2 years or longer. Many of those are 3 years or longer. The state of New Jersey, which isn't known to be a state that has less regulation than New Hampshire, new vehicles in New Jersey get 5 years before they inspect them at all. So you might ask yourself, well, why bother with this? Well, because I think it's a common sense way to give some relief. And what does that do? That helps people. It gives a little incentive to buy new vehicles. New vehicles are safer, they're cleaner from the emissions point of view, and they have, state-of-the-art sensors, so that the driver / owner of the vehicle knows what's going on with the vehicle. If there's a problem with the emissions, they're going to have a light that's going to show that. If there's a problem with the vehicle requiring maintenance, there's sensors that are going to indicate that as well. So there's virtually no risk doing this, because these vehicles are new. The technology is better than a vehicle that's 10 years old. And many of these vehicles today, when you buy a new vehicle, the dealer or the manufacturer provides up to 3 years. Some you can go to 5 years. I don't know, couldn't name the ones that are doing that these days, of maintenance, routine maintenance. So it's not like the dealership or is going to lose out on the service business, because you're going to come back because it's on warranty to have them do that service anyway. So with that, it's pretty simple, Bill. I hope you consider it. This is the most common sense, in my opinion, change of inspection frequency that's come before this committee. And I want to point out one other thing that I failed to mention. In the 1980s, New Hampshire was twice a year inspection, and there was a lot of cry about, if we do that, safety's going to suffer, and there's going to be all kinds of accidents and problems. It never happened. But again, that went from 6 months to 1 year. The trend in the country is to go to longer frequencies or get rid of stickers, because vehicles are more reliable. So this is a very, very minimal change that I hope you can support. And with that, I'll open up to anybody in the committee that may have some questions.
Thank you, Representative. Well, I guess I don't even have to ask. Representative Pulaski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Trojan. I do have a question about having it be under warranty. I know manufacturers' warranties differ across the board, of 30,000 miles to 100,000 miles and everywhere in between. How is the DMV going to know what each manufacturer's warranty is for each vehicle, to know that if they qualify under this bill?
Okay. Well, that is something that when you buy a new vehicle, the manufacturer supplies that document that shows what the warranty of the vehicle is. So that's very obtainable from everybody, to the dealerships, to the owner of the vehicle, and certainly DMV can get a copy of that. That's not a difficult thing to ascertain.
Follow up, please.
Okay, follow up.
Thank you. My only other concern would be in terms of the verbiage, is just the term new vehicle. I'm wondering how that can actually be defined, because a new vehicle for all of us could have different definitions. I've bought what I call the brand new vehicle, but it still had 300 miles on it because they had to drive it up from Connecticut. Or, for example, someone who bought a tester vehicle that a dealership used maybe for 6 months. Do you think there's a need to be a little more specific in what a new vehicle is, or am I just not a car person that I'm asking this question in the first place?
Sure. So, if the committee you wanted to strike that out, they could do that. If you read the rest of the change of the part 2, it says any new vehicle that is under warranty and owned by a natural person and registered under this title. So any vehicle that's still on the new car warranty would be eligible to go to the 2-year inspection. And let me point out, because I didn't, for anybody that may not know, this is for an individual, a private vehicle. Commercial vehicles, if you look at the verbiage, rotable aircraft, you may remember that, passing that last term. And other vehicles that aren't private would still be 1 year. So it's just for vehicles that are used privately and owned privately. I hope I answered the question.
Representative Fox?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Trojan, for taking my question. What about new vehicles that are purchased and the extended manufacturer's warranty is purchased with them? I have a 10-year optional manufacturer's warranty that I purchased with my new vehicle. So would that, would in essence, would I be able to just inspect my car every 2 years for the duration of the warranty?
No, this is the intent here is I know it doesn't say manufacturers, and perhaps I should have added that word, had that word added. But the intent of this legislation is to apply to vehicles with the issued manufacturer's warranty.
Follow up, please.
Sure. Follow up.
Yes, I understand that, but I believe the question will be raised without some certain terminology or language.
Well, I'd be glad to, or if the committee would entertain changing it so that we put one word in there that is under the manufacturer's warranty.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Trojan.
Thank you.
Okay, as I look into this, as we get started, the prime sponsor gave us an hour with the ability to run over a little if necessary. However, we still have 8 people who signed up in advance to testify, and I also have 28 attendees. Possibility of many more than what I have to testify is real. So I'm going to limit testimony to 3 minutes apiece from here on in. Okay, the chair would recognize Scott Welsh, representing himself in opposition to the bill.
I am not seeing him. If he could raise his hand.
Don't see him on the list either now that I think about it. I'm scanning it.
Is he one of the phone call people?
Back to him. Give him one more shot at the end. Chair will recognize Dick Horan, Horan, also a member of the public. He is opposed, is wishing to speak for 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
You can now. Good afternoon.
Okay.
Get his name.
I just want, do I get to speak now?
Yeah, just if you can for the record, just please state your name and.
Okay, my name is Dick Horan. I'm the founder and former owner of Precision Imports, Manchester, New Hampshire, and currently a adjunct faculty member at Manchester Community College for Automotive. And I would just like to say that, you know, in some instances on these manufacturer's warranties, some of them are as far as 10 years, 100,000 miles, which makes it kind of difficult to ascertain how long it's actually going to be every 2 years for that car. That's number one. Then the other thing is some of these cars, they don't have sensors that tell you when the tires are worn out. And in this busy world today, many people will jump into their car to drive and actually have bald tires on the car and have no idea that their tires are bald. A similar thing that sensors aren't involved, something simple like wiper blades, where nobody knows that they're bad because we have a long stretch of dry weather, and then when you go to use them, they're actually dangerous for driving. These are just a couple of the things that come to mind for me, having been in the business over 45 years, that we see on a constant basis. And I think having a state inspection every year is a lot less painful than going to funerals.
Thank you,
That's
sir.
it.
Thank you, sir. You want to take any questions or?
Sure.
Any questions from the committee? And I see none. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Chair recognizes Eric Lynn, representing Banks Auto in opposition, asking for 3 minutes.
I am not seeing them. Are you?
Yeah, my only question is we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 phone numbers. I'm just hoping that when I call somebody, it's not a phone number with no name. I'll ask one more time. Is there Eric Lynn?
Mr. Chair, can you tell the phone listeners how to raise their hand?
That's a good point. If you are by phone, actually, when you're by phone, how do you?
Star.
Star
Either
5.
6 or 9, I thought.
I don't remember which, but star something. Does Travis know?
I do not know. Hopefully, if Brad would know, that'd help.
Brad, for anybody that's on the telephone, how do they raise their hand again? Is it star?
I believe it's star 6 and then star 9 to unmute.
Star 6 and star 9.
Okay, so star 6 if you are
Raising your hand.
Eric Lynn. Okay. Give it a last call towards the end. Okay. Chair recognizes Tracy Boravage.
You just hold on. Someone just raised their hand. I just unmuted them. One of the phone numbers.
Okay, you should be live.
Hello, this is Eric Lynn. Can you hear me?
And now, good afternoon.
Hey, how are you doing today?
Good.
All right, so yeah, this is Eric Lynn. I've been a technician at Banks Chevrolet for 19 years. I've had a state inspection license for 20 years. So I've, you guys can hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So, you know, over that time, I've inspected thousands and thousands of vehicles. So I got a couple footnotes here. One big thing, we have vehicles coming in with 15,000 miles on them, a particular Michelin Primacy tire that is wearing down to cords prematurely, and it turned out that there was a manufacturing defect where they were using too soft of a compound, and we literally have hundreds of these vehicles coming in. Customers just aren't even aware of it until we say something, but they're coming through in snowstorms and whatnot with bald tires, and they're just definitely not making it through 2 years. We see vehicles that sit where the brakes will rust up and get stuck, and then they'll drag and they'll wear down, and the brakes will basically be non-existent, you know, at 10, 15, 20,000 miles. We've had things like axle seals, CV boots that are leaking or damaged that can spray lubricant onto the braking surfaces. Obviously, that's you know, a huge factor. You know, people get in accidents and they can have bumper covers that aren't secure or mirrors that have sharp, jagged edges, and you know, somebody walking around that vehicle in a parking lot might get caught on that. You know, get caught or get their clothes caught on it. We got modified vehicles, people with you know, tinted windows. I don't know if we get customers that bring vehicles in that have their windows on both sides and their windshield tinted. And if you try driving one of these vehicles when it's raining or snowing or nighttime, you can't see anything at all. And I really don't want somebody like that driving on the highway next to my wife and kid. Also, people put on, you know, aftermarket light bars where they're just blinding other drivers. They got wide tires that are sticking out past the fenders, so stones and debris can get kicked up and crack windshields. And windshields is another thing right there. That's something that has nothing to do with the factory warranty. They can be broken, they can be cracked. Now, there's a lot of different types of vehicle owners out there. There's some people that nitpick about every little thing, and then there's other people that just can't be bothered and they don't have the time to address anything. And, you know, it's the annual safety. Hello?
Mr. Lynn?
Yes.
I may have lost you, but people are past the 3 minutes anyway, which I've unfortunately have to put a time limit on. So if you can still hear me, thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, I can still hear you. You're very welcome. Thanks for listening to me.
Oh, would you take questions?
Yeah, absolutely.
One question from Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lynn, for your testimony today. I'm interested to know, especially since you mentioned those Michelin tires, do you ever do these inspections and then report problems to manufacturers prompting a recall? Like if you see something coming in on a regular basis, some problem as a result of these inspections, do you ever report those to the manufacturer?
Absolutely. That's called a field product report. And our dealership is actually nationally recognized for being one of the most top contributors to that. Anything that we see any type of pattern about, we will certainly notify the manufacturer. We send them pictures, we send them documentation, we send them everything we can get. And absolutely the manufacturer will take note of this and investigate it and make a repair or make it aware to other technicians, dealerships, whatnot. But yes, these particular tires have been identified as a problem, and there's actually a document, a published document for these tires where there is a prorated replacement available to help out the customer.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You're very welcome.
I have another question from the committee if you're up for it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lynn, for taking my question. My question is regarding recalls. And in your experience doing this, especially with new vehicles, have you ever, as you've done an inspection, kind of had to let a person know, a customer know, like, hey, you need to do this recall. It's been out recently. We need to do it. Has that ever happened when you've done these inspections of new vehicles?
So anytime a customer schedules an appointment with us and they bring their vehicle in, whether it be the scheduling team or any of the service advisors, we always will check through the vehicle history if there's any open recalls on any GM vehicle that we get in here. Obviously, we can't do that with different manufacturers, but yes, every single vehicle that comes in, we check and see if there are any open recalls, and we make the customer aware of it, and if they have time and if we have the parts available, we will do it then and there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
You're very welcome.
Okay, next up, Chair recognizes John Murphy. a member of the public representing himself opposed to the bill, who is asked to speak for 2 minutes. I don't see a name, but if you happen to be one of the phone callers, dial *6 to raise your hand.
Hello, can you hear me?
There you are. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. This is John Murphy. And thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Transportation Committee for the opportunity to speak in opposition of this bill. So I am representing myself, but I'm also representing the company that I work for. I live and grew up in Nashua, and I work for a second-generation auto dealership. I work for the Tully Auto Group. I'm the general manager here, and we employ 200 plus workers. I've been in this industry for 40 years. 30 of that, I was either working on vehicles or directly running the repair shops. I'm a former ASE Master Tech and a former licensed New Hampshire State Inspector. I oppose the bill for many reasons, but I want to run down a few. We've heard a few things already. But one of the things is right off the bat, a vehicle's warranty coverage has no relation to a safety inspection at all. That there's no relation there whatsoever. I don't see the difference between a new or an older vehicle that's driven daily. A new vehicle can be driven, 15 or 20,000 miles. An older vehicle can be driven the same, or vice versa. It really doesn't matter on the age of the vehicle. And I know we've reviewed warranty coverages. But is it the bumper warranty? Is it the drivetrain warranty coverage, which goes to 100,000 miles in most cases, or could even be further? There's too many variables, so that's not very clear to me at all. And all the manufacturers have different warranty guidelines. So that's a tough one to put a time frame in. In addition to that, we live in a state with extremely difficult road conditions, and it's not from a lack of effort from the state or the towns. It's just that it's challenging seasonal environments that we live in, and we see it, we live it, we know it, and that's the environment which we live in. I do have a few items that I wanted to mention, and they've kind of, Dick Horan brought some up, Mr. Lynn brought some up. We talked about wiper blades and lamps and tires. Tires can be, damaged from a pothole. There can be a nail in a tire that's rendered it unsafe, and you'd never know that. Mr. Lynn talked about brakes rusting if the car is sitting. And whether the car is new or used, I want to reverse to that. The brakes and the tires are going to wear out. It doesn't matter what the age of the vehicle is. So it's, I'm a little confused at the bill, and I don't think, that mileage or warranty changes the aspect of safety and what's going to happen to a vehicle. So, but that's my opposition, and I would love to answer any questions you might have. Again, I'm trying to make sense of the bill. Vehicles are on our roads being driven every day, and they are wearing out and getting damaged and failing in different aspects, and that's just part of driving a car. So, but I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good day. Chair recognizes Tracy Boravage, representing the New Hampshire Motorcyclist Rights Organization.
I'm here. Can you hear me? See me?
Good afternoon. We can hear you.
Good afternoon and hello again. I feel like I was just with y'all. So I am Tracy Boravage, as you know, president of New Hampshire Motorcycle Rights. Motorcyclists are included in HB 522, and as president of New Hampshire Motorcycle Rights Organization, we are opposed to HB 522. I'm not going to bore you, so everybody else has touched on this again. One of the biggest things as to why we're opposed to this has to do with tires, specifically the back tire of a motorcycle. They're not included in the warranties typically. And the rear tire of a motorcycle can wear out for a lot of different reasons. How a rider rides determines a lot about a rear tire on a motorcycle. The roadway determines that, how much weight a rider carries on their motorcycle. So some of the full dressers, whether they've got a passenger, what they carry, whether it be tents and everything else that they carry to go someplace, like if they're going out to Sturgis, how many miles they put on it. And I can assure you, I put a lot of miles on my motorcycle and had to replace a tire in a year. So we feel a rear tire is a safety issue. We want to know as a motorcyclist that all the motorcyclists out there are safe. We want to know that other vehicles that are on the roadways with us are safe. One of the reasons we created the task force and the Live Free, Ride Smart that I showed y'all earlier was we want to educate riders. We want to educate the other roadway users. We want us to all be proactive in trying to create an environment where we are helping people to not have crashes instead of reacting to them afterwards. So in a short little synopsis, we are against HB 522 because we want to have everybody riding safely. So with that, I'll take questions if anybody has any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Director Bilecki, New Hampshire Department of Motor Vehicles.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, for the record, my name is Elizabeth Bielecki, Director of Motor Vehicles for the Division of Motor Vehicles. I speak today in opposition to this bill. I do strongly believe that the policy that you have set in place really translates, directly translates to the safety of vehicles on the roads in New Hampshire. I have sent you some data that I'll also pull up on my screen in a second, and we'll be able to speak to some of the data that really supports that. And I don't want to repeat the things that have been said, but I do want to highlight just a couple of things that really are technical issues for me, and I'm unsure how we're going to interpret those. So again, no definition of a new vehicle. Under warranty, what type of warranty? Is it manufacturer's warranty? Is it an extended warranty? Is it a bumper-to-bumper warranty? There are just different types of warranties, and the bill does not define. Also owned by a natural person, not defined. What does that mean for businesses? There was a great question that was posed as far as how do we ensure that we know which vehicles are subject to this exemption and which ones are not. I don't know how we can control that. So what I could foresee is that we provide the guidance to the dealerships and they determine really whether the vehicle gets a 1-year inspection or a 2-year inspection based on the guidance from this bill. So just some technical issues. As a result, we really were not able to determine the fiscal impact on this because we really don't know the scope of vehicles that this will include. I think it also could have some contractual implications. As you know, we have a contract currently for the inspection program. That contract and the price per inspection was based on the number of some assumptions. One of them was how many vehicle inspections are performed in the state. I think it would require some legal review, but there's a potential that that could change as well. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Finally, I will tell you that I am personally an example of the tire issue. So I bought a vehicle almost exactly 2 years ago. And when I inspected it last year in June, I was told that I will probably not make it through the winter. So in October or so, I had to buy new tires for a vehicle that had about 18,000 miles on it. So with that, I just really want to quickly share my screen, and you should have this in your mailboxes, but I do want to go through this and just highlight some of the safety data that we have put together for you. And I think many of you are familiar with this because we typically present this type of data right here about safety inspections, but it shows you the top components that typically fail a vehicle for safety reasons. So if you look at the most recent year, which is calendar year 2020, we had about 1.5 million vehicles that were inspected, and a little over 200,000 vehicles were identified with safety deficiencies that really caused the failure of inspection, so just under 15%. The new data that I'm really excited to share with you is really on safety recalls. So I believe Representative Gorski had a question on safety recalls. And with this new contract, a year ago, we've implemented a new contract for safety inspections in January of 2020. And a new part of that program included safety recall notification. So something different that we have not offered in the past. And I presented you with some data that again translates directly to the safety on New Hampshire roadways. So over the past 12 months, at the time of inspection, we provided almost 200,000 notices to customers that notified them of 272,000 safety-related recalls that were open recalls on their vehicles. Of those recalls that we provided, 25% of those vehicles that were inspected were model years 2017 and newer. Almost 50% of those with open recalls were model year 2014 and newer. And we gave you a sample of just one inspection month. So the vehicles that were inspected during the month of January of 2021, with a breakdown by model year and how many of those had open recalls and how many vehicles that included. So for example, 2020 model year vehicles, we had 900 vehicles that were identified with an open safety recall and identified 1,003 open safety recall items. I could keep going, but I will leave it at that because I know I signed up for 3 minutes, and I'll make myself available for any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Director, any questions from the committee? Representative Sykes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director, for taking my question. I'll start with the chairman first, though, because it's a two-part question. Are we going to hear from the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Safety relative to OBD issues?
I don't have them signed up, Representative.
Okay.
There's a possibility somebody in the queue is from them, but they're not listed.
In the chance that they may not be, Director Bilecki, can you further elaborate on the implications of this bill relative to New Hampshire's compliance with environmental safety issues vis-a-vis OBD testing?
Thank you for the question, Representative Sykes. You always put me on the spot. I will speak not as an expert on this topic, but I can tell you from my experience and from listening to the Department of Environmental Services that this may in fact have an impact on our ability to comply with EPA regulations. And again, please don't quote me as an expert, but I know that the state does have a plan that we have to submit to the EPA to ensure that we comply with emission standards. And that is based at the safety inspection and emissions inspection component is a big part of that plan as well. I think that's about all I can speak to and sound intelligently on that subject. And I would again refer you to DES for any further questions.
A follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Follow-up.
Thank you. Director, my understanding of the OBD program is that that is a required one-year inspection currently, and that it's this. And if I read this bill correctly, it does not address that at all. So technically, if we pass this bill as it's written, persons would only have to bring their car in every 2 years, but they still have to bring it in once a year for OBD.
Thank you. Potentially, either that or, again, the Department of Environmental Services would have to adjust our state plan to address the fact that we would not be testing as many vehicles on an annual basis as was previously assumed.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, finally, Mr. Chairman, a question for you. Would it be possible to have the Department of Environmental Services at least present some written testimony after today that would address this issue more succinctly? No disrespect to the director.
None taken.
No, fair enough. If they don't end up speaking today, I see it on the hand, we will reach out to them.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Director.
Thank you.
I'm going to circle back because I still have some of these phone numbers that I can't identify. Give the final chance for Scott Welsh, member of the public who opposes the bill. Would like to talk for 3 minutes. If you're there, Mr. Welsh, you need to press *6 and *9 to unmute. Right. I see a hand raised. Chair recognizes Tim White. If you can state your name and who you represent, sir.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
We can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you very much for this this opportunity. Just to follow up a little bit on Director Bilecki's comments and indirectly to Representative Sykes' question, I just wanted to note that House Bill 522, because it would require a revision to the Department of Motor Vehicles inspection rules, it would also require a revision to the state implementation plan that we currently have with EPA. And under that arrangement, we would have to wait until EPA approves the revisions to the state implementation plan before implementing those changes to the I&M program. That's basically what I wanted to mention. And thank you once again for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. And I'd be glad to take any questions.
Yeah, and who was it you represented?
I'm the Mobile Sources Supervisor with the Air Resources Division of the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services.
All right, thank you, sir. Are you open for any questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay. Anybody that is on as an attendee, if you do wish to speak to this, if you can raise your hand. Again, that's my *6, and we'll get to you. That's what I thought was going to happen. Chair recognizes Jason Lacroix. Yes, sir, we're trying to keep it as brief as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
You can now. Good afternoon.
Great. Thank you. And also with the committee, thank you for listening to me. My name is Jason LaCroix, General Manager at Auto Fair Honda. I've been here for 26 years. And a big part of my job is to make sure that the cars on the road are safe. My son was just in a car accident in '93 when the car in front of him lost control. And you know, the items that we are inspecting at the annual safety inspection, they're not warranty items, they're safety items, they're wear items. You've heard from a number of people from the car dealerships, tires in particular, brakes, lights. These are really, really important safety items. In the back of my building are the tires that we're taking off cars, and many of them are they're just bald. They don't belong on our roads. The other thing that I find very confusing is the warranty. Warranty is time or miles, not time and miles. So time is consistent. So you have a 3-year warranty or a 4-year warranty or a 5-year warranty. In some cases, you have up to a 10-year warranty, but it's also limited by mileage, which makes it really confusing. If you drive 20,000 miles a year and you have a 3-year warranty, then you actually have less than a 2-year warranty. So that would definitely cause a lot of confusion. So there are at least 5 different warranties, franchise warranties, and Volkswagen, for example, we have a Volkswagen franchise. They've actually changed their warranty 3 times in the last 5 years. So that certainly could cause some confusion. I certainly can appreciate wanting to save people money. I like to save money as well. But if you save $45 on a safety inspection, really once over a 5-year period, you're saving $9 over a 5-year period. And you know that $45 is just not worth us, getting our professional technicians to get eyeballs on the brakes, the tires, and the other items that are really important to keep our roads safe. The other thing that we do in many cases is prepare customers for future things. So it may pass inspection today, but you might need to save some money for 3, 4, 5, 6 months down the road. And I think that's a great service for people. So thank you for your time, and I am open for any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Have a great day. Thank you. Next, I'm going to President O'Hara. The telephone number, last 3 numbers, 795. You certainly don't want to mention all of them. Airwaves, but I see you pulled up. If you can state you're unmuted.
He just needs to press *9 to unmute.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Can. You can please state your
Okay.
name and represent. That would be
Yes,
great.
thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Ronald Poirier. I'm the president owner of Bob & Sons Automotive on Kelly Street on Manchester's west side. And I'm also a member of the Talking Cars with Dick and Ron. We do a Thursday morning radio show in Manchester as well. We've been doing that for 8 years. And I'd like to speak in opposition to House Bill 522. There have been a lot of reasons that have been mentioned that are very, very good. I think that one of the things that we need to be aware of is that I'm not aware of any manufacturer's warranty that covers any wear items, such as tires, brakes, wipers. Any accidental damage that happens is never covered by the warranty as well. There obviously is a lot of confusion about which warranty and whose warranty and what year did they give you that warranty. So there's a lot of changes, a lot of issues there. The other thing that I think is very important to remember is not only a lot of has been mentioned about the road conditions and the environment that we live in, but also driver habits. The type of operation, is this person an Uber driver? Are they in the city all day long? Are they putting on lots of city miles, which tend to wear out brakes and things like that? So because of that, I think a lot of times it has less to do with the actual car and more to do with driver habits, accidents, the conditions, the type of roads that the person is driving on, the winterization treatment that we use to eliminate salt and slush and ice. I mean, those things raise havoc with corrosion on many vehicles. So I've been in this business for over 40 years, been inspecting cars since I was a young guy. And I've seen it all, but I'm never amazed by some car every month that comes in, and we're just amazed that it was even driving when it came in. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the committee? So they're letting you off the hook. Letting you off the hook. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I see another hand raised. All I have for information is Bill. You can state your full name and who you represent, sir. *9 to unmute. There you go.
Oh, sorry about that. My name is Bill Gurney, owner of Gurney's Automotive Repair in Nashua. And Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you. I'm in opposition of the bill for all the reasons that are stated. 2 points I'd like to make quickly, if I may. If you would just consider whether this bill would make the roads in New Hampshire more safe or less safe, and contemplate that. I have seen, like these other gentlemen, many things that come in with cars well under 15, 20,000 miles that have issues. But, will we be more safe or less safe? For me, with common sense, I say, for me, less safe. Second of all, it's the best deal on Main Street. For $40, $45, whatever it is for an inspection, you're getting a professional to look over a car that carries your family and that you want to keep safe and get some semblance of what's going on. It's seriously a really good thing for the public and for us, everybody that's on the road. So I leave it with that. That it's just safety is the number one concern for us. And I appreciate the ability to speak, and thank you very much.
Sir, would you take any questions if there are any?
I would certainly take questions.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
I noticed that Representative Ankerberg was made an attendee. He should be a panelist.
Can still watch what's going on if he needs to speak.
There he is. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay, so look down the list here. Chair recognizes Dan Bennett from the New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association, Automobile Dealers Association.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Can you hear me okay?
Ken, good afternoon.
Great, thank you very much. My name is Dan Bennett from the New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association. As you know, we're a trade association for the motor vehicle industry. I will be brief. I will do my best not to repeat. And thank you for the opportunity. We are opposed to HB 522, just as you've heard from all the speakers prior, the experts, the folks who live and breathe this and see it every single day. So similar legislation to this bill or different iterations have been offered over the past, and they have always failed. They've always failed for the right reason, that reason being roadway safety. There's also been analysis of the data, and the data proves that this is a bad idea. Director Bielecki mentioned the failure rate of 15% for vehicles, and I would offer this. That 15% failure rate is an at least 15%, because when my vehicle comes in, my mechanic calls me and says, Mr. Bennett, you need new tires. And I say, go ahead. I'd like them put on. I want a safe vehicle. He doesn't record my car as a failure. He puts the safe tires on and gives me a pass. So that 15% number, that's the bare minimum. Okay, so the number I would actually say realistically is probably a little bit higher. So, you know, we've seen other models where they've moved to model year exemptions. Great Britain, again, to data, Great Britain has a 3 model year exemption. When finally tested, those vehicles have a 40% failure rate. That's an incredibly high number of vehicles that are on the road. The Institute for Public Safety did a study a couple of years back. They said 12.5% of crashes were mechanical item related, and over 850,000 accidents could have been avoided as a result. Another data point I'll bring up, Pennsylvania in 2009 analyzed their annual safety inspection program and said because of the program, it saved over 127 to 187 lives just due to the annual inspection. If it saves but one life, I think the program's of value. You've heard from other folks about value, best deal on Main Street, stuff like that. I would say we do the same with our bodies as we do our vehicles. We do an annual physical, right? Getting on a statin once a year is a heck of a lot cheaper than triple bypass surgery. So preventative maintenance saves money, just like the recall issue. Catches recalls, covered under warranty, helps make a safer vehicle, saves consumers from money, some money there. One thing I did want to mention, I sent you all a fact sheet yesterday. It includes a winter severity map. Okay, and we discussed, I heard, you know, New Hampshire is not Iowa, New Hampshire is not, or other snowier states. You know, we can't compare New Hampshire to Florida. That's apples to oranges. However, if you look at the winter severity map that I showed you, snowier doesn't necessarily mean more severe roads. Winter severity is a number of factors, and New Hampshire, you know, up in the corner is actually incredibly low down on the scale. And it's not the same as even some of those Midwestern states that were referred to. You know, they don't have frost heaves. They don't have 52 degrees at Christmas and then 20 a week and a half later. They don't have frost heaves, and they certainly don't spray liquid saltwater brine on their roads to get on the bottom of our cars and deteriorate them. So our severe conditions create a very different microclimate. And it's the reason that all of our New England neighbors maintain an annual inspection is because of those severe weather conditions. A couple of the other things, because I know my time is limited, that I will mention is I did hear about a New Jersey program. New Jersey's inspection program back in 2010, coming on the heels of a tough economic time, was a state-run and administered program. The state stations were staffed by union employees, and that program was dropped not for safety reasons. It was dropped because of an $11 million a year annual cost to the state. So our program, which is independent business folks, free market rate sets the price, is a very, very different program than what is in place in that particular example. The last two things that I'll mention real quick, we do concur with Director Bielecki and Tim White from Department of Environmental Services. This will put us at odds with our state implementation plan of our Clean Air Act. As we've heard in the past years when this has been proposed, it potentially puts us at risk for sanctions on our highway funds money. Our agreement is that we will annually test vehicles 20 years older or newer. This proposal changes that cycle, and the EPA has not, in fact, approved that. So the last thing that I'll mention too is, based on this proposal, there is revenue loss. It's indeterminable by the state, but in this budget, scenario or budget cycle that we're in, we should be attentive to revenue loss. Both the general fund will take a hit, as will the air pollution abatement fund, which receives a portion of inspection sticker sales into that fund as well. So two state funds that will suffer some type of revenue loss. So Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for your time. I'm sorry for how quickly I spoke, but if there are any questions, I would welcome the opportunities to see if I can assist or provide some information.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I still see quite a few names up on the list. Last call for anybody that wishes to speak to this by raising your hand and pressing *6. Just got a note. Okay. Chair recognizes Tom Brasol.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. However, I was just waiting for the executive session.
Oh, okay. Well, seeing no other speakers then, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 522 FN. Okay. Well, I scheduled our executive session for 2. I think we did pretty well. It's 1:59. However, that doesn't afford myself or the clerk to reset. So if you don't mind, we're going to do just a 10-minute recess, and then we'll get into executing our case.
For the record, but I didn't mention, I did speak to Tim White several times, and he said they were taking no position. And I can verify that New Jersey
Okay, testing. We like that. Thank you. Okay. Executive session on House Bill 393. Chair recognizes Representative O'Hara for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I motion that we ITL House Bill 393.
Second.
I'll second.
Do you have to speak to the motion?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Though I understand the reasons given on why this could be a great tool, I fear it would put too much burden of worry on the Department of Motor Vehicle to verify and confirm the driver's blood type.
Any other discussion from the committee? Good way to start. Clerk's ready. I'll ask you to call the roll. Motion on the floor is ITL on House Bill 393.
Thank you. Representative Smith,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Terosian,
Yes.
Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Gorski,
Yes.
Representative O'Hara,
Yes.
Representative True,
Yay.
Representative Sykes,
Yes.
Representative Cleaver,
Yes, thank you.
thank you. Representative Grassi,
Yes.
Representative Pickering,
Yes.
Representative Rich,
Yes.
Representative Jaworski,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Stevens,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay. Representative Vayu
Yes.
and Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
19-0. My consent. 19-0.
I'll move consent.
Was that?
Who's that?
Representative Sykes?
Yeah, it was Representative Sykes moved consent. The vote was 19-0, I think, right?
Was.
Correct. No objection. Second. Executive session on 393. Give us a few minutes to reset, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I didn't hear that bill.
Yeah, I can't hear.
Guess it helps when I turn the mic on. I'm sorry. This next one up is 583. If a couple minutes to reset, please.
Right.
Way too efficient.
I know. Sometimes I can be.
Okay. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 583. And I should have it for me. Relative to kidney donation designation on a driver's license. Chair recognizes Representative Hill for a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would move to retain House Bill 583.
Second?
Second.
Okay.
Who's the second?
Representative True.
True.
Wishes to speak motion? Representative Hill, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that House Bill 583, while being a worthwhile goal, there are a few items that need to be researched and addressed through amendment. And the sponsors have indicated their willingness to do some of the legwork. With that, I would like to retain House Bill 583.
Thank you for that. I also spoke with the prime sponsor, Representative Cambrils. He does understand and agrees and is fine with the retain. Any other discussion from the committee? Seeing none, as soon as the clerk is ready, we'll call the roll. The motion on the floor is to retain House Bill 583.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Rosen,
Yes.
Representative Hill,
Yay.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Gorski,
Yes.
Representative O'Hara,
Yes.
Representative True,
Yay.
Representative Sykes,
Yes.
Representative Cleaver,
Yes.
Representative Grace. That's a long day.
Representative Grassi? No, yes.
I apologize. I'm tired. Representative Pickering,
Yes.
Representative Rich,
Yes.
Representative Tulerski,
Sorry, yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Stevens,
Yes.
Representative Veo,
Yes.
and Chairman Walsh,
Yes.
19-0.
Motion for consent?
Doesn't need to be.
Retain?
Doesn't.
Oh, it's retained, sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. Sorry about that. This is the executive session on House Bill 583. Couple of minutes, please. That's right.
I have a question of the chair.
Sure.
Process. Does a retained bill always have to be addressed in the fall, or if the prime sponsor doesn't bring it anywhere, can it just sit? I don't understand how that all plays out. Do we have to take an action is what I'm saying.
That's a good question. Let me confirm.
All retained bills have to be reported out. I think the date is November 1st.
Okay, so we will somehow come out with something November 1st, regardless of what. Okay, thank you. That helps me.
Okay. Open the executive session on House Bill 174. Chair recognizes Representative Ankerberg for motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make the motion ought to pass on House Bill 174.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Aaron, thank you. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From a property rights perspective, there's no reason under the law that a cat and a dog should be treated differently. This bill does not change the negligence standard or create any civil cause of action. And all other personal property is protected under the law. You could hit a statue of a fake cat and you're required to stop, but not a real cat. And that's why this bill ought to pass.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Sykes?
thank you. Yeah, this bill did pass. It was HB 1123 back in 2020. It's the same bill. There's no change in the language. I can be in support of this bill and hope that it ought to pass.
Thank you, Representative. Yeah, like so many we've heard this year so far, just another one that we passed. It's a House position. It didn't survive the Senate in their omnibus bills last year. So if there's no other discussion, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready. The motion on the floor is ought to pass.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Torrenson,
Yes.
Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Gorski,
Yes.
Representative O'Hara,
Yes.
Representative True,
Yay.
Representative Sykes,
Yes.
Representative Cleaver,
Yes.
Representative Grassi,
Yes.
Representative Pickering,
Yes.
Representative Rich,
Yes.
Representative Tulerski,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Stevens,
Yes.
Representative Veo,
Yes.
and Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
19-0.
Consent.
Representative Aaron moves consent. Objection, consent it is. Closes the executive session on House Bill 174. And you've heard me say it before. A couple of minutes, please.
We get to amendments.
Yeah. Before we do get into the next one, House Bill 224, I did send out maybe 15, 20 minutes ago an amendment that I got on my list to draft up for us. If you want to take a minute, see if you received it. It's 0446H.
That number again, Mr. Chair?
0446H.
Thank you.
Okay. Open the public here, the executive session, on House Bill 224, relative to tinted windows on automobiles. Chair recognizes Representative Hill for a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would move ought to pass on House Bill 224.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Representative Rosen seconds. Further motion? Who's open for further amendment?
I would like to move Amendment 0446H and speak to that motion.
Yep. Can we get a second?
Second.
Okay, Rosen was first. All right, thank you, Representative.
My understanding is this amendment simply puts us into the same position that this committee was in, I guess it's pretty close to 12 months ago, when the bill passed in this committee 14-3. It simply puts us in line with national standards for window tinting.
And I'll add too, I looked at the bill several times, the original bill underlined. I didn't see any changes to it. It looked almost identical to me. This is the exact amendment we had from last year as well. And again, all it does, I know we've had the conversation of the certain ways things are measured. This does follow and allow NHTSA's national recommendation and allowance for 70% light transmittance, not on the side windows left and right of the drive. So in essence, it's the identical bill that what we had last year. This is the identical amendment. Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I was one of the 3 last year who voted against this bill, even as it is amended. I appreciate the amendment. It does improve the bill over the original version submitted to us. However, I cannot support the bill as ought to pass, even as amended, because of my concern that the nearly unanimous opposition to it on the side of public safety. That is Sergeant Christopher Kelby from the Department of Safety was opposed. Captain William Haynes from the Office of Highway Safety and also the Department of Safety was also opposed. And my own life's experience speaks to the importance of being able to make eye contact with drivers at intersections, which Sergeant Kelby did not disagree with that statement. So for the reason of supporting public safety and my feeling that this is not in the best interest of the overwhelming majority of the motoring public in the state, I will be opposed to this motion. Thank you.
Speaking to the amendment, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those concerns may have been valid on the underlying bill, but with the amendment, our standards will now match National Highway Traffic Safety Administration standards and will literally not make one more car window in New Hampshire darker than what is currently allowed. It will just mean that if you have an older, cheaper car that didn't get the tint from the factory that is currently legal in the state of New Hampshire, you can upgrade. And that's all this means. So I don't see why we should penalize one portion of the population because they couldn't buy a brand new car from having what's currently considered safe and acceptable by law enforcement on that new car. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Tularski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, as I'm reading the amendment, point out a concern that came up about the wording on the net light transmittance. If there's already an existing tint on a window as manufactured, and then an additional tint is put on aftermarket, that would then be harder to clarify what the total amount is. And there was discussion about the net number to take into account both issues. So I'm going to have trouble with this amendment because I don't feel it's clear in that regard. But thank you.
From what I understand, Representative, the inspection stations do currently have to check, and if it measures 70 or less, they're good. If somebody doubles up, it puts a different tint on top of another tint and it fails, it fails. That's how I interpret it. Any other questions on the amendment?
Mr. Chair.
Representative Erosion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify, there was some concern about being able to see through this glass for law enforcement safety. At the levels we're talking about, you can see through the glass. It's not like limousine tint where it's a dark tinting that you can't see through. So as you heard Representative Smith say, it's all the new vehicles are at this level now, and it's not an issue to be able to see through. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I'll have the clerk call a roll on the amendment 0446H. As soon as she's ready.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Tororset,
Yes.
Representative Hill,
You bet.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Gorski,
Yes.
Representative O'Hara,
Yes.
Representative True,
Yay.
Representative Sykes,
No.
Representative Cleaver,
No.
Representative Grassi,
No.
Representative Pickering,
Yes.
Representative Rich,
Yes.
Representative Tularski,
Was that a no, Representative Tularski?
I apologize. Yes, it was a no on the.
Thank you.
Representative Fox,
No.
Representative Stevens,
No.
Representative Vale,
No.
and Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. 7 no.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Madam Clerk?
12 yes, 7 no.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, so the amendment is adopted. The motion on the floor is ought to pass as amended. Any further discussion? Representative True.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I read the bill, if you are able to go out and buy a new car, it may come with tinted windows. And if you can't buy a new car, you can take your old car and put the exact same tint on your old car as a more well-off person has on their new car. I don't see any safety issue with that at all.
Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Representative Hill.
To expound on Representative True's comment, if someone purchases a new car in, actually, if someone purchases an older car in Massachusetts and puts that window tint on versus someone over the border in Salem doesn't put that tint on, the car that's driven from Massachusetts on New Hampshire roads would be legal. The car that's purchased in Salem would not be legal if that had window tint put on it. Is that correct?
Repeat that again, please. I didn't know you were asking me a question.
So my understanding is if a car in Massachusetts, an older car puts window tint on and drives on New Hampshire roads, that would be legal.
Correct.
If a car in Salem, New Hampshire, same year, same everything, put window tint on of the same type and drove on New Hampshire roads, that would be illegal.
Currently, yes.
Doesn't seem like a safety issue to me either.
Further discussion? Clerk, call the roll when she's ready. The motion on the floor is ought to pass as amended.
Yeah. Representative Smith,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Trojan,
Yes.
Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Forsky,
Yes.
Representative O'Hara,
Yes.
Representative True,
Yay?
Representative Sykes,
No, sorry
Representative,
about the sneezing.
Representative Cleaver,
No.
Representative Grassi,
No.
Representative Pickering,
Yes.
Representative Rich,
Yes.
Representative Tulersky,
No.
Representative Fox,
No.
Representative Stevens,
No.
Representative Vayu.
No.
Same, it's the same, 12-7.
12 to 7. Regular calendar it goes. Executive session on House Bill 224. A few minutes, please.
Mr. Chairman, when are committee reports due?
As soon as you can get them to me, do you still have the template? And actually, that goes for anybody that's made a motion today. Do you still have the template from last exec session that was sent out, or do we need to send a new one?
I can't swear to it.
You want to take it? Just get on your search at the top.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
There will be a minority report, but I don't believe we will necessarily debate the bill.
Do you still have the template I sent you?
I believe I can find it. If not, I know how to find you.
Okay.
Representative Sykes, will you be doing the minority report?
Yes, I guess I'll take care of it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, so we could also be prepared too. Is there any way you could announce which one we'll be taking up next as the clerk gets ready?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I already did. House Bill 116.
Thank you.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. Right?
The executive session up on House Bill 116. Chair recognizes Representative Smith for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to retain House Bill 116.
Is there a second? Second?
Second.
Representative True. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Super brief. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are going to be more stakeholders that are going to give us more technical information on the specific devices that they want to deploy in New Hampshire. And this is the room full of people that I hope can work with them to get the Senate a finished product with feedback from everybody as we go into the fall. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk is ready. Call the vote.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Trojan,
Yes.
Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Gorski,
Yes.
Representative O'Hara,
Yes.
Representative True,
Yay.
Representative Sykes,
Yes.
Representative Cleaver,
Yes.
Representative Grassi,
Yes.
Representative Pickering,
Yes.
Representative Rich,
Yes.
Representative Tulowitzki,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Stevens,
Yeah.
Representative Vayu,
Yes.
and Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
Okay, 19 to 0.
Move consent.
Yes.
Not to retain, never mind.
Not to retain.
No, no need.
I know. Never mind.
This is the exec session on House Bill 116. Next up will be House Bill 78.
I did find the template, by the way, Mr. Chairman.
But it's doing a report, doesn't have it, just send me an email and I'll get it back to you. I'm gonna stop saying a couple of minutes. All right. We're going to open the executive session on House Bill 78. See, relative to certificates of title and driver's licenses for members of the United States Foreign Service. Chair recognizes Representative Crawford for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I make the motion to retain.
Your second?
I'll second.
Representative Trojan. Wish to speak to it?
I believe that Director Bilecki said that we could work together on this bill to make it a better bill and hopefully be successful in allowing those diplomats to retain their New Hampshire license or be able to renew their New Hampshire license when they're overseas. So I'm hoping that we can come to some agreement and make it work so it's not to pass later on in the year.
Any other discussion? Representative Tulowitzki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm relieved that there's a effort to work on this. I think it's a problem that has to be fixed, but the fix seems more complicated than what could easily be done. So I will support the retain.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. The chair is ready. She can call the roll.
Aye.
Motion on the floor is retained for House Bill 78.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Torrenson,
Yes.
Representative Hill. Representative Hill,
Sorry, yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Gorski,
Yes.
Representative O'Hara,
Yes.
Representative True,
Yay.
Representative Sykes,
Yes.
Representative Cleaver,
Yes.
Representative Grassi,
Yes.
Representative Pickering,
Yes.
Representative Rich,
Yes.
Representative Tulowitzki,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Stevens,
Yes.
Representative Ayu,
Yes.
and Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
Okay, 19-0.
19-0. Close the executive session on House Bill 78. Next up, House Bill 329. See you, Representative True. It's Old Home Day in transportation today. Representative Torosian,
Good to be here.
it's like we never left.
Despite the old adage that you never can go home again, it's good to be home.
Okay, open up the executive session on House Bill 329. My title here to be official relative to storage of rail cars containing hazardous materials. Chair recognizes Representative O'Hara for a motion.
I motion for 329 that we ITL.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Gorski. Wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. I feel that we all understand the concerns of the citizens in the area of the storage tanks, but the risk of cold winters without heat to the citizens up in Coos County and other northern counties in New Hampshire would be put into an even higher risk with this bill. Lastly, this bill would make the tank parts move every 72 hours, which would increase the risk of spills.
Well said. Thank you, sir. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Sykes?
yeah, I'm in agreement with this motion of ITL. It puts me in a little bit of a difficult pickle with my local constituents having one of these storage areas in downtown West Lebanon. That said, it's clear to me that the greater good for the majority of the citizens of New Hampshire would suggest that this bill should be ITL.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion from the committee? Seeing none. When the clerk is ready, we'll call the roll. The motion on the floor is ITL on House Bill 329.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Torsen,
Yes.
Representative Hill, Representative Hill. There you go.
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative
Yes.
Representative Gorski,
Yes.
Representative O'Hara,
Yes.
Representative True,
Yay.
Representative Sykes,
Yes.
Representative Cleaver,
Yes.
Representative Grassi,
Yes.
Representative Pickering,
Yes.
Representative Rich,
Yes.
Representative Tulowitzki,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Stevens,
Yes.
Representative Ayu,
Yes.
Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
Okay, 19-0.
Now move consent.
Consent's been moved by Representative Torosian. Any objection? Consent goes. That will be executive session on House Bill 329. Next up, House Bill 279. A few minutes to reset, and I just want to double check with everybody. We were given a draft amendment, proposed amendment when this bill was heard. Does everybody still have that? Or should I say, why don't we, or,
Yep.
0319H.
I didn't hear you.
0319H.
It's 2021-0391H.
190.
190.
190.
2021-0319H. It was drafted by Representative Pearl.
Mr. Chairman, was that sent to us via email, or have I got a moment to look it up online?
It was emailed, but it was when the bill was heard. I can
Okay.
resend it if you.
No, let me look. Thank you. I appreciate just a moment.
Why I'm mentioning it now, just in case everybody's gonna look it up.
I also just resent it to the entire committee if anyone has trouble finding it.
Oh, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so everybody had a chance to review the amendment? Okay, seeing nobody objecting. We'll open up the executive session on House Bill 279. Chair recognizes Representative Aaron for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we ought to pass this bill with an amendment, and the amendment is the 03.
Let's go, yeah, let's,
Okay, sorry.
let's go off the pass. So let me get let's get a motion for the ought to pass, second for the ought to pass. Second by Representative Smith. This is open to further amendment. Do you have another motion?
I do. I move to pass the amendment, which is 0319H. And as amended, this amendment for this bill increases the maximum gross weight allowed on any truck or trailer combination that carries raw forestry products, such as unprocessed logs and wood chips loaded on the log landings. This bill is a big benefit to the forest product industry because the minimum drive axle weight limit being requested in this bill is consistent with our neighboring states and other truck configuration axle limits. This bill is supported by the Department of Safety, the Timberland Owners Association, the New Hampshire Farm Bureau, and the New Hampshire Motor Transport Association. The forest harvesting industry has spent a significant amount of time and resources trying to comply with the current statute, and this change will allow them to continue to operate safely without being subjected to onerous regulations.
Further discussion on the amendment? Maybe? Okay. Seeing none, I guess we'll call the roll on the amendment. Motion on the floor is to adopt amendment to 2021-0319H.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Torrison,
Yes.
Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Borski,
Yes.
Representative O'Hara,
Yes.
Representative True,
Yay?
Representative Sykes,
Representative Sykes votes reluctantly yes.
Representative Cleaver,
No.
Representative Grassi,
No.
Representative Pickering,
Yes.
Representative Rich,
Yes.
Representative Chelerski,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
No.
Representative Stevens,
Yes.
Representative Vayu,
Yes.
and Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
16-3.
Okay, the amendment is adopted. The motion now is on to pass as amended. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Sykes. Can't hear you, Representative.
Unmute. Sorry about that. I voted reluctantly for the amendment because it is a slight improvement over the original bill that was submitted. And while I recognize that there's some very good reasons for passing this, I am equally concerned that as New Hampshire's DOT's funding situation gets worse and worse and worse, and where we find less and less money available to maintain our roads, and that the time frame between repairs for roads is lengthening out and lengthening out, that's a big concern for me. On top of that, when the roads start to degrade, that has an impact on people's personal automobiles, because if the road is bad, then it adds additional wear and tear to your shocks. Not that I'm a mechanic, mind you. Whenever I do tool stuff, blood results, usually mine. But nevertheless, I know that bad roads can lead to further deterioration of your vehicle. Let's see, there was one other point I wanted to make. Oh, goodness. Well, if it comes back to me, I'll raise my hand again. But for the moment, anyways, I would make clear that I'm opposed to the bill.
Further discussion from the committee? I'll add something on this. I looked at this at the beginning, not sure what to think. But as we had the hearing, it just started becoming easier and easier to support this. Even with the increase to 40,000 pounds per axle, it puts us actually in the middle of the road, if you excuse the transportation, of the two northern states, well, the states up north, Vermont and Maine. And I can certainly see where we being significantly lower in truck weights would be a problem for anybody that does business over the borders. I also understand a little bit on how these trucks are loaded, uneven surfaces. The materials they put in them are not always easy to put perfectly in these trucks. And then I was surprised to see how many businesses a change like this could help. So the only thing I still had left as a concern is what it might do to the roads. And it was during the testimony that we heard, it was a great question. I don't remember who asked it, but they said, is this going to increase the frequency or require the roads to be repaired at a higher frequency than they currently are? And the answer was no. So that was Department of Transportation. So it was Mr. Rodriguez. I didn't write it down, but he was the only one who testified against it that day. So for all the reasons, I don't see this as a problem, and I'd ask the committee to support the OTPA. Any further? Representative Sykes, I see your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My poor feeble brain finally remembered the other point that I wanted to make. One of my concerns too is this will begin a carve-out procedure for various industries to no longer comply with certain requirements. We've seen this in other industries where we had an original weight limit posting for roads that was for essentially all trucks, but we carved out fuel trucks, and then ultimately we also carved out milk trucks. And this, I worry that this is a slippery slope that we go down. And so that was the other point that I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion? Representative Pickering. You done, mute, Representative. Anytime you represent, we can't hear you.
There we go.
Yeah, now we can.
I guess I doubled it. Anyways, I just wanted to say that I'm voting in support of this bill partially out of being educated by my own constituents. I didn't have any prior knowledge going into the advisability of this. But when my local constituents educated me as to how it actually affects the logging industry, which is quite important in one of my towns, it convinced me that this bill is worth passing. So I will be voting yes.
Further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I did find a note that I took relative to the testimony of Dave Rodriguez from the New Hampshire DOT. And one of the things that he did say was that a 10% weight increase yields a 1.5 times increase on the impact on roads. And he also brought up the concept of, adding different industries to the exemptions, make it more difficult for compliance even. But anyways, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready. The motion on the floor is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 279.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Torreson,
Yes.
Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Gorski,
Yes.
Representative O'Hara,
Yes.
Representative True,
Yay.
Representative Sykes,
No,
Representative Cleaver,
No.
Representative Grassi,
No.
Representative Pickering,
Yes.
Representative Rich,
Yes.
Representative Chlursky,
No,
Representative Fox,
No.
Representative Stevens,
No.
Representative Vayu,
Yes.
and Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
Thirteen to 6.
Closes the executive session, House Bill 279. Representative Sykes actually did very well. Any objection from anybody to tackle a couple of more? I'd like to take care of House Bill 104 and 461. What we heard this morning, which is just returning bills that we passed last year.
104 is about,
Oh, yes, and 104 was the study commission on personal rapid transit.
so, Mr. Chairman, thank you for checking in with me. As a matter of general concern, I don't like executing bills on the same day that we hear them. That said, I don't see that we'll have any particular problems with either of these bills, but I will just continue to make my concerns noted that it's better to have some time to absorb the arguments that we heard, and if we had further questions, to check in with the people who testified and then vote on it. So, objection noted. There we are.
Fair enough. And I think I've been fair all along. I wouldn't take these two up if I thought there was any question on them. I just think because one's already House position and the other one, I think they'll be fine with the motion. Just actually helps me and helps the committee just move along with our processes. And I've been very cognizant to make sure everybody's got the time to do their research. So that being said, we'll open up the executive session.
oh, sure. Yeah.
On Bill 104. And the chair recognizes Representative Smith for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to retain House Bill 104.
Have a second.
Second.
Okay, I got three. Representative Crawford, got you both first. Would you wish to speak to your motion?
Yeah, same rationale as last time. I don't need the committee to accomplish the goal, which is to get manufacturers and purveyors of these interesting systems to come in here, present, and get a group of people that I know will make a good decision to decide if it's vaporware or not. There's one that might be interesting that's based in New Hampshire, a lightweight rail system. I don't need the Senate involved. I need you all to help us see if there's anything we can do. Senate. Look, what the move to the team and take the trip.
Representative Sykes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would vote in favor of this retaining motion. That I appreciate Representative Smith and the hard work that he's trying to do on these types of issues. I have always believed that one of the important roles of the Transportation Committee is to take a look at different transportation problems and how they may be solved rather than just specific types. And also that we should always be looking at improvements in technology that will help our citizens and the transportation related issues. So with that, I would vote to retain.
Sir, discussion from the committee. Representative Hill, is that your hand or no? It's your hand, all right, but I don't think it's raised. All right, with no further discussion, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready. Motion on the floor is to retain House Bill 104.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Torson.
Yes.
Representative Hill.
Yes.
Representative Aaron.
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg.
Yes.
Representative Borski.
Yes.
Representative O'Hara.
Yes.
Representative True.
Yay.
Representative Sykes.
Yes.
Representative Cleaver.
Yes.
Representative Grassi.
Yes.
Representative Pickering.
Yes.
Representative Rich.
Yes.
Representative Tulorsky.
Yes.
Representative Fox.
Yes.
Representative Stevens.
Yes.
Representative Vayu.
Yes.
And Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
Okay, 19-0.
Closes the exec session on House Bill 104. I do want to do one more. I know House Bill 461, again, just for past legislative House position currently. I thought it was probably one of the simplest bills we've had this year. I know we can do this. Just a few minutes to reset. I was going to volunteer. Okay. Open executive session up on House Bill 461. And that is a merged bill, two bills from last year, relative to motorcycle auxiliary lamping, adding new motorcyclist rights organization to the Traffic Safety Commission. Chair recognizes Representative Smith for motion. And this is kind of fun. What a switch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought to pass on House Bill 461.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Representative Torosian. Care to speak to your motion?
Yes. So this two-part bill, one will add the New Hampshire Motorcycle Rights Organization to the Traffic Safety Commission, where after their long commitment to motorcycle safety and working, developing training programs, they will be an asset. And the second part of the bill regarding lamping is a kind of a nothing burger. It simply updates New Hampshire statutes to meet the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration standards for what is acceptable lighting on a motorcycle.
Representative Sykes.
Mr. Chairman, I just got around to raise my hand. Well, what he said. With a minor exception about the nothing burger part, I think I would cut that out, but I'm in support of the motion.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready. The motion on the floor is ought to pass on House Bill 461.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Torson.
Yes.
Representative Hill.
Yes.
Representative Aaron.
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg.
Yes.
Representative Borski.
Yes.
Representative O'Hara.
Yes.
Representative True.
Yes.
Representative Sykes.
Yes.
Representative Cleaver.
Yes.
Representative Grassi.
Yes.
Representative Pickering.
Yes.
Representative Rich.
Yes.
Representative Tulowitzki,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Stevens,
Yes.
Representative Vayu,
Yes.
and Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
Okay, 19. Okay.
Move consent.
I heard move to consent. Is it Representative Trojan?
Yeah.
Yes.
No objection, consented is. Closes the executive session on House Bill 461. My goodness, it's only 3:10. We could do another half a dozen, but we're not. Just a couple of notes for the good of the cause before we go. You've probably seen that there's only 3 bills that made it in the calendar this week. I did some inquiring, and it looks like several of the committees were dealing with the same thing. It looks like the early bills, which is what the deadline is looming for these two days. They did take priority, so we wouldn't have an overly extensive calendar. We do have more processed. They're just waiting for the next calendar. In terms of our schedule, those 2 session days, I'm putting a change onto that also. I believe, and again, I hesitate even saying it because I'm not sure. Where we stand now, we only have 3 bills left to hear. We're in pretty good shape. So my plan is for 2 more days. We can hear our first 3 bills, do some execing on the ones we've heard today, and I think there's 1 or 2 that are still in limbo. And then not the following day, one other day, just to do an executive session mop-up, if you will, for any bills. And of course, I'm going to leave some time in between the 3 that we hear and the exec session, as much time as I can. Again, it's because of the 24th and 25th that's changing the schedule. I haven't got a definitive answer on what days this room is available to me yet, but I will let you know the second that I do. So that's where we're at.
Can I ask a question about schedule?
Sure.
Just looking at the calendar, I know that there's the deadline to pass things off. Is it the March 11th? So that means we have to be all done before March 11th?
Correct. And then
Okay,
there was probably an oversight by everybody. Thursdays used to be the end of business because we never did business on a Friday before. In hindsight, we could have made the change to make the deadline on the 12th. Therefore, we could have met on the 12th. That didn't happen. So yes, that second week, there's a very good chance, well, not a very good chance, a definite chance we'll be having a day prior to the 11th.
and then my other question is, oh, I'm sorry, Chairman Walsh. My other question is there usually a little bit of lag time before we start getting bills from the Senate?
Yeah, there is. But if it's any consolation, I've heard through sources that we're not going to be seeing many. I heard the number 3 being mentioned.
I agree, because I was looking. That's why I was wondering if we might have a little break.
Yeah, I believe we will. I can't tell you how much for certain, but only 3 bills on our plate. I'm sure we can budget in a break.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, have a good weekend, everybody. Thank you very much. If you owe me committee reports, actually, everybody that owes me a committee report is online. So I guess I get something to do when I get home.
Actually, I owe you one for a minority report, Mr. Chairman.
One more time, Representative.
Yeah, I do owe you a minority report on 224. I'll get that to you within the hour.
Okay, thank you.
Judy's.
And anybody that owes me one as soon as possible.
Representative Sykes, is there going to be a minority report on the 279 or not?
I hadn't intended to do one, but feel free
Okay.
if you wish to.
I'm fine. I just wanted to double check.
Representative Aaron, did you moved